Chapter 753. Just now. What happened? Wuma Shang's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about the petty tricks Jiang Pingji had mentioned. Just now, Chief Wuma brought a woman to the court and tried to expose my identity as a woman. He was determined to punish me for deceiving the emperor. Wuma Shang was dumbfounded. His shocked expression could not be faked. Wait. Why did he understand every word Lu Shi said, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together? More importantly, Wuma Shang was dumbfounded. You're a woman. It felt as absurd as a 9-foot-tall, burly, bearded man calling himself a woman with a charming face. Jiang Pingji nodded. Yes, Chief Wuma kept talking about this and wanted to use it to punish me. Later, I noticed that Chief Wuma and the old woman had strange expressions. Only then did I realize that Chief Wuma had been harmed by a petty person's witchcraft. Wuma Shang's mind was muddled. He was indeed unhappy with Jiang Pingji, but there was nothing wrong with his brain. Look at the young emperor. What good could deceiving the emperor do? He cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he kept pleading innocence. He insisted that he had been bewitched by someone using witchcraft. No matter what, Wuma Shang was the chief of Shanghai County, an old fox who had been in the bureaucracy for many years. As long as he insisted that he was innocent and that he had been harmed by witchcraft, he could turn today's matter into a small one. No matter what, he was still one of the Alliance's 10,000 elite troops. The court could not use this excuse to kill him. There were many officials who were close to Wuma Shang, and they all stood up to speak for him. For a moment, the Empress Dowager was in a difficult position. With the help of the officials, Wuma Shang's panicked heart calmed down a lot. He calmed down and began to think about who was behind this. No matter how he thought about it, the Empress Dowager was the most suspicious. Why was he so suspicious? First, before he woke up, he had sex with the Empress Dowager. He had so much fun fighting with her that he was sweating all over. After venting, his guard was at its lowest. The Empress Dowager had the highest success rate. She could harm him without him knowing. Second, before the young emperor ascended the throne, he was the young emperor's biggest competitor. Would the Empress Dowager be willing to let a hidden threat like him live? No matter how he thought about it, the Empress Dowager was most likely to plot against him. If the plan succeeded, not only would they be able to take his head and power, but they would also be able to deal a heavy blow to the Liu family's father and son. The Liu family's father and daughter. Unfortunately, with the emperor's current prestige, not to mention the crime of deceiving the emperor, even if he carried a sword into the palace, he would still be fine. Which idiot would think that the crime of deceiving the emperor would be enough to topple the Liu father and daughter? Which idiot? Thinking about this, Wuma Shang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had really suffered an undeserved calamity. It would have been fine if he could have used this opportunity to topple Lady Liu and her father. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective and he was even dragged into this mess. The most important thing now was to rescue himself from the quagmire. He could think about the future later. Once he saved himself, he would find the Empress Dowager, that poisonous woman, to settle the score. Wuma Shang broke free from the Imperial Guard's restraints, straightened his messy clothes, and bowed to Jiang Pingji in apology. Just now, this official was careless and fell for a despicable person's trick. This is why I wrongly accused the Middle Chief General. Please forgive me, Middle Chief General. Wuma Shang's ability to say polite words was not weak. He said righteously, in this official's opinion, the Middle Chief General is a woman who is not inferior to a man. Regardless of whether she is a man or a woman, she is a good minister of the country. The crime of deceiving the emperor is even more unfounded. The despicable person behind this is truly despicable. This official will not forgive her. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, County Chief Wuma, you praise me too much. How can I be as good as the middle chief general? Wuma Shang waved his hand and smiled amiably. Don't be humble. In this official's opinion, having a daughter like this makes me envious of Lu Zhongqing's good fortune. If this official remembers correctly, I think it's time to call you the middle chief general instead of the Wanzhou magistrate. You are so young, yet you are truly a heroine. Jiang Pingji said, Not yet. I was just about to thank you, but Chief Wuma interrupted me. But you can't blame the chief. If you want to blame someone, blame the despicable person behind this. To think that they would bring such an evil method like witchcraft into the court. Fortunately, they did not cause too much damage. This official is ashamed. Wuma Shang climbed up the ladder and used this opportunity to clean himself up. Jiang Pingji accepted the position of Wanzhou magistrate as she had wished. The viewers in the streaming room were a little disappointed. They had thought that Jiang Pingji would use this opportunity to kill Wuma Shang as well. Jiang Pingji replied with one sentence. Host V, there's no rush. Wuma Shang has now targeted the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager went for wool and came home shorn. No matter what, Wuma Shang was still the chief of Shanghai County. He had tens of thousands of troops under his command. He could secretly torture the mother and son to death. Jiang Pingji kept Wuma Shang alive because she wanted to use him to keep the young emperor and the Empress Dowager in check. At the same time, she could make Wuma Shang owe her a favor. Wuma Shang did not participate in the sales of the flashing bricks. She could use this opportunity to sell them at a high price and extort money from him. At that moment, someone in the audience suddenly remembered something. Diligent lazy woman, oh, I suddenly thought of something. The little emperor is so weak now. Does the host want to try holding the emperor hostage and ordering the nobles around? Just like Boss Chow, when his power reaches a certain stage, he can add 9 tin to himself, then he can establish a country and proclaim himself emperor. Holding the emperor hostage and ordering the nobles around. The viewers in the streaming room were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all encouraged Jiang Pingji to give it a try. Of course, other than those who supported it, there were also many viewers who were not optimistic about the policy of holding the emperor hostage and ordering the nobles around. Yinuajia Zhuge Qinmo, Boss Chow can hold the emperor hostage and ordering the nobles around. He needs the right conditions to implement this policy. The Han royal family has indeed declined, but there are still many loyal Han officials who are not completely disappointed in the Han royal family. For example, Sun Lingjun, who worked under Boss Chow. He has been an official for more than 30 years and has been receiving Han salaries. He is still loyal to the Han royal family and not Boss Chow. In the end, they fell out because Boss Chow wanted to go solo. With such a loyal Han official, it indirectly shows that the Han royal family still has a certain amount of deterrence to the nobles around the world. That's why Boss Chow holding the emperor hostage and ordering the nobles around would be effective. According to the Dongqing royal family, holding the emperor hostage and ordering the nobles around would not work. What does holding the emperor hostage and ordering the nobles around mean? In layman's terms, it's using the name of the emperor to issue orders, gather power, and have a good reason for doing so. The world is now divided into 5 parts. The emperor of Dongqing is not the only emperor, so there is insufficient centralization of power. In addition, Dongqing has only been established for a short period of time. The successive emperors have worn away the feelings that the talented scholars of Dongqing have for the royal family. As a result, the scholars of the world are far from loyal to the emperor. Under such circumstances, how many people will still be loyal to the Dongqing royal family? It can't be said that there are none, but there are only a handful of them. Who will really take the young emperor's orders seriously? As for the advantage of having a good reason for doing so, it's even more useless. The host has a bad temper. She can hit whoever she wants. She can casually come up with a reason to do so. Chapter 754. She had a good reason to do so. Her will was the most reasonable reason. To Jiang Pingji, the strategy of holding the emperor hostage to command the nobles was of little value. Not only would holding the young emperor hostage not bring her any benefits, but it would also become a burden to her. Therefore, even when the audience in the streaming room urged her to try holding the emperor hostage to command the nobles, Jiang Pingji was indifferent. Bogeo, are you all right? Jiang Pingji extended her hand in front of Huang Song. He stretched out his hand in a daze. She pulled him up with all her might. Thank you, Lanting. Huang Song let out a long sigh of relief. He was about to wipe his sweat when he realized that his sleeve was covered in blood. The urge to vomit that he had tried so hard to suppress surged up again. He hurriedly bowed in apology, turned around, and vomited again. This time, he didn't even have the stomach acid, only the unbearable retching. As for the fact that Jiang Pingji was a woman, Huang Song had completely forgotten about it. Or rather, he didn't have the energy to think about it. When the old woman had torn apart a few palace guards, Yang Jian had protected the young emperor with his own body. Now that he was safe, he rejoined the crowd of officials. Lu Zhongqing. Is that really your daughter? Yang Jian was a military officer. His rank was not on the same level as Lu Shi's. Taking advantage of the chaos, he took the opportunity to approach Lu Shi and ask. Lu Shi smiled calmly, but the moment he opened his mouth, he choked. If she's not my daughter, then is she yours? Yang Jian almost lost his composure. Who's arguing with you? I'm asking you a serious question. Lanting is my daughter, of course. It's been hard on her to dress as a man all these years, Lu Shi said calmly. Yang Jian was speechless. His expression became very strange and awkward. Lu Shi asked him, What? Your expression is so strange. Could it be that you've suffered at Lanting's hands and now feel defeated? Yang Jian snorted, turned his head, and ignored Lu Shi. However, Lu Shi had indeed said what he was thinking. After losing to a young man, Yang Jian could still say that the new generation surpassed the old. He was old and not as good as the young. But now, he was told that the young man who had defeated him was a young girl. While Yang Jian was shocked, he also felt an indescribable sense of defeat. However, when he recalled the scene of Jiang Pingji killing people with the ivory baton, he couldn't help but be impressed. With such godly strength and skills, he did not lose unjustly. The eunuch and the imperial guards cleaned up the old woman's body and cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground. The young emperor was also carried away to change into a set of royal robes. It was not nice to hear that the emperor had peed himself in fear. It would be too absurd if the emperor continued to attend the court meeting in a robe that reeked of urine. With the help of the incense burner, the stench of blood in the air was diluted, but the thrilling scene just now was deeply imprinted in the minds of the officials. The ministers returned to their respective positions. Yang Tao patted his chest with some lingering fear. Father, is Lu Shi really a woman? Yang Jian used the ivory bat in his hand to slightly cover his face. He tilted his head and said to Yang Tao, Lu Zhongqing has already admitted to it. How can it be false? Yang Tao widened his eyes in shock and nervously swallowed his saliva. He recalled Jiang Pingji's ruthlessness in killing people on the battlefield and found it hard to accept. It's hard to imagine. He was originally a brave man, but how did he become a woman in one day? Yang Jian's army had cooperated with Jiang Pingji before, and Yang Tao liked to play with swords and spears. He had always regarded Jiang Pingji as a brother and confidant. So what if he's a woman? Yang Jian glared at his useless son. It doesn't matter whether he's a man or a woman. What's important is that he's now the governor of Wanzhou. Look at you. If it weren't for Xiaoyang helping you out, I wouldn't have dared to bring you out of the house. Yang Tao's personality worried Yang Jian a lot. If it weren't for Yan Lin, his caring nanny and best friend, watching over him, Yang Jian wouldn't have dared to bring Yang Tao out. He only had one son in this life, and he was afraid that his son would be too simple-minded and torment himself to death. Yang Tao hung his head and pursed his lips. Yang Jian was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. From what I can see, you look more like a noble lady than Lu Zhongqing's daughter. You're a man, what are you feeling wronged for? Raise your head. Yang Tao felt wronged every day. On the other side, Wu Mashang, who had finally escaped danger, returned to his seat. The officials around him moved away, avoiding him as if he was a poisonous snake. Although Wu Mashang kept saying that he was innocent, the scene just now was too horrifying. The officials were traumatized. Su Bei was silent. Su Fei seemed to have remembered something. He raised his hand and poked his cousin's waist with his ceremonial tablet. What are you doing? Su Bei glared at him angrily. Su Fei raised his eyebrows and said gloatingly, Brother Pei, if I remember correctly, you had a dancer serve Lu Shi. Su Bei's expression darkened. It would have been better if Su Fei hadn't brought that up. Now that he did, he got angry. Everyone here was a descendant of the Su family. Su Fei's backstabbing tactics were too vicious. Su Bei had always believed that Su Fei had tried to drive a wedge between him and the Lu family. Naturally, he wouldn't be nice to Su Fei now. You remember correctly. So what? There are men out there, and you don't allow Lu Shi to like women. Is such a small matter worth being surprised by? You're acting like you've never seen the world before. Su Bei was in a bad mood. His pig-like cousin had been stupid once or twice, but he'd just ruined his plans. He'd missed a chance to make the Lu family owe him a favor. Su Fei had wanted to see his cousin embarrass himself, but he hadn't expected him to have such a bad temper. Instead, he'd scolded him. This time, Su Fei also snorted coldly. The two brothers continued to stare at each other in disgust. As the subject of the discussion, Jiang Pingji was very calm. This time, she'd safely removed her appointment as Wanzhou's magistrate. The officials couldn't be jealous of her. They just stood there like background characters. How dare they be jealous? Think back to that old woman. One blink of an eye, she'd been alive and well. The next, she turned into a pile of dismembered corpses. They were all ordinary people. Their bodies weren't as tough as demons and ghosts. 5 ceremonial tablets weren't needed. One was enough to send them to the next world. The court meeting ended anticlimactic. The hundreds of officials and officials floated out of the main hall, still confused. In less than half a day, the news that Jiang Pingji was a woman spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city of Qinzhou. Ha ha ha. Master Yang, Master Feng, I've heard an especially funny joke today. Li Yun and the other generals were staying at the camp outside the city. However, he had nothing to do after training his troops, so he entered the city for a stroll. Halfway there, Li Yun heard an especially funny piece of news. He immediately came over to share it with Yang Si and Feng Zhen. Yang Si wasn't around. Feng Zhen held a scallion pancake in one hand and wrote cursive calligraphy. When he heard Li Yun's laughter, he almost made a mistake. What's the funny joke? Let me hear it. Feng Zhen put down his brush and stuffed the last piece of scallion pancake into his mouth. He drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his mouth. Someone outside says that our Lord is a woman. Ha ha ha, don't you think it's funny? Feng Zhen looked at Li Yun with pity, as if he was caring for his retarded child. Li Yun laughed. When he realized that Feng Zhen didn't laugh with him, he stopped writing in boredom. You don't think it's funny? This is reality. Our Lord is a woman. Why should she laugh? Li Yun was speechless. Chapter 755. Feng Zhen glanced sideways at the bamboo scroll on his table, then looked at Li Yun's lifeless expression. His mood inexplicably improved. Han Mei, what's with that expression? Such a beautiful child on the outside, yet he was so dull on the inside. What a waste. Li Yun snapped out of his daze and said helplessly, Mr. Feng, am I dreaming right now? This dream feels too real. Feng Zhen was speechless and felt like teasing him. Why do you say it's a dream? Come, stretch out your arm and let me pinch it for you. See if it hurts. Li Yun obediently did as he was told. He stretched out his muscular right arm and rolled up his sleeve, revealing tight muscles that made Feng Zhen green with envy. Thinking about the soft flesh on his arm and then looking at Li Yun's tight biceps, he found it irritating no matter how he looked at it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mister, you're pinching too hard, Li Yun almost burst into tears. Feng Zhen wasn't pinching him with his fingers, he was clearly pinching him with his nails. It hurt like hell. Do you still feel like you're dreaming? Feng Zhen resumed his serious demeanor, making it impossible to tell that he was doing it deliberately. Mr. Feng, since I'm not dreaming, why do people outside say that my lord is a woman? Even you believe this absurd news? Li Yun put down his sleeve, feeling wronged. He felt dizzy, as if his mind was stuffed with too much information for him to digest. If he knew about the term, sex change, he would probably suspect that when he woke up early in the morning, his lord had a sex change. Feng Zhen laughed involuntarily. Our lord is a woman, but because of some internal affairs, she had to disguise herself as a man. Do you understand? Li Yun nodded blankly, looking as if he was daydreaming. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. Mister, I think I've seen my lord dressed as a woman before. She clearly doesn't look like a woman. Li Yun clenched his fists nervously. He still found it hard to accept this reality. How can such an imposing man like my lord be a woman? Forgive me for being disrespectful, but I feel that if I were to dress as a woman, put on makeup, and tidy myself up, I would probably look more like a woman than my lord. What do you think, mister? Feng Zhen almost bit his own tongue. Li Yun, this silly child, how could he be so honest? However, looking at the handsome man in front of him with red lips and white teeth, Feng Zhen felt that Li Yun's words weren't unreasonable. When did you see the lord in women's clothes? Feng Zhen had been with Jiang Pingji for quite some time, but he had never seen her wear anything other than men's clothing. Li Yun answered honestly, when the lord first established the women's camp, the people of Xiangyang district suspected that the women's camp was an indecent brothel. Even the soldiers of the men's camp thought so. In order to change the impression of the female battalion in the eyes of others, the lord wore the uniform of the female battalion and chose the recruit camp of the male battalion. Right, I remember that Vice Commandant Dian was also one of those recruits. He should also have an impression. Thinking of this, Li Yun's face suddenly paled, the healthy flush on his cheeks fading. Feng Zhen was immersed in the gossip. He noticed Li Yun's odd behavior and hurriedly asked. What's wrong with you, Han Mei? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Li Yun shook his head slowly and stammered, Mr. Feng. Yun suddenly remembered something. When the lord said that he wanted to disguise himself as a woman, Yun blurted out, a man as imposing as the lord, if you disguise yourself as a woman, Yun won't look good. Yun didn't mean it when I said that. With the lord's personality, he shouldn't have remembered it until now, right? After a while, Li Yun still didn't receive a reply from Feng Zhen. He raised his head and observed Fengzhen carefully. He realized that the other was looking at the position behind him with a faint smile. Wait! The position behind him. Li Yun's back stiffened and he turned his head with a creak. Jiang Pingji crossed her arms and looked at Li Yun and Fengzhen with interest. Yang Si followed behind her. My lord. Li Yun wasn't completely dumbfounded. He hurriedly sat up straight, but his heart was beating like a drum. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I never knew that I had such an image in Han Mei's heart. How could he still remember the old scores from years ago? Jiang Pingji smiled as she walked into the main hall and knelt down at the head of the table. Li Yun's head drooped lower and lower. Seeing the group favorite Li Yun being bullied by Jiang Pingji, the viewers in the streaming room were heartbroken. Beauty Zhenmi, trash streamer, you say you won't hold a grudge, but don't bully the little angel Han Mei. Trash Chow Pai, that's right, that's right. Look at how scared my Han Mei is. His face is several shades paler than usual. The viewers in the streaming room felt injustice for Li Yun. How would Li Yun know? He knew he had a guilty conscience. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. The Lord is magnanimous. Naturally, you're not a petty person who haggles over minor matters. Jiang Pingji held back her laughter and waved her hand. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Look at you, it's as if I've bullied you. The alarm was lifted. Li Yun heaved a long sigh of relief. He quickly threw the risk to the back of his mind. He lifted his head and stared at Jiang Pingji's face. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Jiang Pingji supported her cheek with one hand and said, I'm indeed a woman. No matter how you look at me, I won't turn into a man. Instead of being surprised here, why don't you go back and practice your martial arts? You can't even defeat a woman like me, yet you still want to build a career and marry my Wan. Li Yun widened his eyes in shock. He stammered, my lord. I was wrong. Fengzhen listened to their conversation. He held back his laughter until his cheeks hurt. Isn't the Lord holding a grudge? She was threatening Li Yun with every word. If he can't defeat her, he can forget about marrying Shang Wanwan. If this isn't holding a grudge, then what is? Li Yun was quite pitiful to have such a lord. Li Yun floated back to the campsite outside the city. When he started practicing his spear in a daze, he suddenly remembered something. Shouldn't he continue to be shocked or suspect that his lord is a woman? Why did he come here to practice his spear? After thinking about it, Li Yun felt that he couldn't be the only one who was confused. Vice Commandant Dian, have you heard the rumors in the city? Dian Yan was a pragmatic person. He liked to practice by himself when he had nothing to do. He did more than he spoke. What rumors? Li Yun said, it's already spread throughout the imperial city. They say that our lord is a woman. Dian Yan snorted coldly when he heard that. He threw the axes in his hands onto the ground. Which idiot dares to slander people like that? I'll chop him in half. Meng Hun, who had just finished practicing, happened to walk over. When he heard that, he echoed, how can you believe such a ridiculous thing? Li Yun was speechless. What if it's true? Li Yun asked softly. Dian Wei and Meng Hun were straightforward martial artists. It was easier to befriend honest people. Chapter 756. Meng Hun said in a tiger's voice, Han Mei, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Li Yun said directly, our lord is really a woman. Meng Hun raised his hand and touched Li Yun's forehead. He did not have a fever. I'm telling the truth. The Lord has already admitted it. Li Yun gently pushed Meng Hun's hand away. You don't believe me. Who would believe such a joke? Meng Hun shook his head, and so did Dian Yen. Li Yun said, Deputy Commandant Dian has seen the Lord in female attire. Have you forgotten that the Lord single-handedly challenged the men's recruit camp? Dian Yen was stunned for a moment. He carefully tried to recall the relevant memories, and only after a while did he find a vague impression. Under the gaze of his two companions, he said, I can't remember anything else. I only remember that the female soldier was quite manly. Li Yun, please don't let Master hear this. When Jiang Pingji revealed her true gender, not only were her subordinates in an uproar, but other forces were also discussing it. My lord is back. When Feng Ju heard the report from outside, he hurriedly got up to greet her. He was shocked to find that his lord's image was exceptionally bad. My lord, what's with the blood all over your body? What happened in the morning assembly today? Feng Ju was originally worried that Huang Song would be injured, but after taking a closer look, he heaved a sigh of relief. Apart from her pale face, there was nothing wrong with her. Huang Song raised his hand to wipe his face. When his fingertips touched the dried blood, the thrilling scene from before appeared in his mind again. His stomach felt uncomfortable again. He waved his hand and said in a low voice, I'm fine. Today's court session is a long story. I'll go to the backyard to wash up and change my clothes. Feng Ju thought of something and called out to Huang Song, My lord, Madam came over this morning. Huang Song's nerves tightened. Why is Madam here? As newlyweds, of course I can't bear to part with my lord. Feng Ju teased with a smile. Huang Song had been engaged 2 years ago. It was not until half a year ago that he married the noblewoman of an aristocratic family. His wife's surname was Qi. This woman was bold and courageous. On the night of their wedding, she ordered her maid to guard outside the bridal chamber with a knife. Every time Huang Song went to the backyard, he felt wronged as if he was handing over public goods to the boss. This is killing me, Huang Song gritted his teeth, his expression as if he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Oh right. Feng Ju continued, the 2 young ladies that old master arranged for Lord were thrown out by Madam from the back door. Huang Song staggered and almost fell on the steps. His legs were trembling and he had to hold on to the pillar to stand. He stuttered, Huijie, do you have an explanation? I didn't even lay a finger on those 2 ladies. Feng Ju was not Jiang Pingji. She might occasionally have some wicked interests, but she did not like to torment her lord. I've already told Madam, and she seems to be in a good mood. I gave the 2 women some money to settle down and sent them away. Huang Song heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt as if he had flown back to earth from hell. At the mention of Madam Qi, Huang Song felt his legs and stomach tremble. Before he got married, Huang Song had 3 maids serving him. They weren't even considered lowly concubines. After getting married, Lady Qi sent all 3 maids to the side courtyard the next day. He even left behind a sentence. If they wanted to find a way out and marry someone else, she would give them a dowry. If they dared to continue pestering Huang Song, she would send them to their deaths for free. Although Madam Qi was only 16 years old, she was very good at managing her husband. Huang Song was afraid of and loved her at the same time. Every time, he would consciously give in to her. Is Madam in a good mood? Huang Song asked again. Feng Ju smiled faintly and said, not bad. Don't be afraid, Lord. If Madam saw Lord like this, she would feel sorry for you. I'm relieved to hear that. Huang Song encouraged himself and went to the backyard. As Feng Ju expected, Madam Qi was shrewish by nature, but she was still extremely protective of Huang Song. Seeing him like this, she immediately became angry. Who dares to use weapons in the court? Huang Song said, Madam, don't be angry. If it weren't for this one's blood, I wouldn't have been able to come back today. After saying that, he honestly explained all the factors that might have caused family conflicts. In the end, he also told her about what had happened in the court. Lanting and I are really good friends. I really didn't know that she was a woman. Madam, please don't believe the rumors in the outside world. Huang Song was really afraid of women. Having a beautiful wife at home was like a tiger, and having a good friend outside was like a wolf. Overnight, the whole world had changed. Madame Chi pinched her handkerchief. At first, she was a little jealous, but her husband's life had been saved by Jiang Pingji, so she felt relieved. Bogeo, you say that as if I'm very narrow-minded. Since Lu Shi is your good friend and he saved your life today, by right, our family should prepare a generous gift to thank him. You didn't know that he was a woman before, but now you can't act recklessly. If you want to come and thank him, I'll go on your behalf. Madame Chi pitifully wiped his face with a handkerchief and said, I've already asked the servants to prepare hot soup and clean clothes. Bogeo, go wash up. I'll go to the storeroom first and prepare a thank you gift. Huang Song nodded as if he was pounding garlic. After taking a shower, Huang Song took his clothes to the front hall. Feng Ju and Qing Jing were talking. When Qing Jing saw Huang Song coming over, he hurriedly asked, What happened in the morning court today? I heard from Huijie that someone started a war in the court. Huang Song nodded and said with a wretched expression, I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. I was almost implicated and killed. After a while, Huang Song thought of something and said to them mysteriously, Do you believe that Lu Shi is a woman? Feng Ju and Qing Jing were speechless. Had their lord been bullied by his mistress until his brain was damaged? The forces that were more familiar with Jiang Pingji were all so shocked by the news that they looked up at the sun. Did the sun rise from the west today? After the initial shock, everyone thought of another problem. Since Lu Shi was a woman, would the soldiers and counselors under her command still be as loyal as before? Many people secretly waited to watch a good show, such as a certain soldier or counselor who was dissatisfied with their lord's gender and resolutely rebelled. In the end, they were greatly disappointed. Jiang Pingji did what she was supposed to do. Except for a few generals who didn't know the truth and gathered together in a daze, the others were not affected at all. As for the ordinary soldiers in the military camp, they had received favors or assistance from the female camp. They had also fought side by side with the soldiers of the female camp and killed the enemy together. They had a revolutionary comradeship and friendship with each other. Now that the stalwart lord had become a valiant woman, it was not so difficult to accept. Of course, there was another reason why they could accept the reality so quickly. Meng Hun and the others had increased the intensity of training the soldiers. All the soldiers were exhausted and had no extra energy to gossip. The news that should have set off a monstrous storm was quietly accepted by ordinary people. The news of the dismemberment with the ceremonial tablet flowed from the mouths of the officials to the marketplace and spread like wildfire. The people were not surprised that a woman could become the magistrate of Wanzhou. Instead, they were shocked that such a heroic young talent was actually a woman. Chapter 757. When Jiang Pingji stepped into the backyard, Hui Jun had been waiting by the door for a long time. With a gentle and appropriate smile on her face, she knelt down and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Lang Jun. How was the court meeting today? Hui Jun stood up and reached out to take the official's hat and ceremonial tablet that Jiang Pingji had taken off. Her gaze was gentle, like a pool of limpid spring water. Even though she used makeup to reduce the beauty of her face, her gentle and virtuous temperament still tickled the hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room. Guijia is not a country. I really envy men in ancient times. No wonder they like to hug each other. Every day when they get home from work, they can receive gentle greetings from their wives. Just this alone can make a man throw away the worries of the day. Oh yes, I am a girl. Sunyu is not a go-he. Upstairs, you can work harder to earn money to support your family and let your boyfriend stay at home to take care of his wife and children. Jia Su is not Jia Yu, I second Lord Sun's suggestion. The audience had all seen Huijuan's true appearance. To put it bluntly, Huijuan's appearance could instantly kill all the female celebrities in the entertainment industry. In terms of looks alone, she was definitely an unshakable goddess-like figure. According to the comments of the audience in the live broadcast room, Huijuan's face had become the template for plastic surgery hospitals in South Korea. Female stars in the entertainment industry had followed suit, which showed how outstanding Huijuan's appearance was. There were some twists and turns, but it went well. Huijun was startled. She lowered her head and asked, Lang Jun, why must you restore your identity at this time? Jiang Pingji explained, this is an opportunity. The power isn't too great, and it can cause the world to object, but it's not small either, and it can be bullied and humiliated. If I wait until my forces continue to grow and reveal my true identity, it will undoubtedly cause the enemy forces to band together and attack me together. Huijuan's expression was gloomy as she rolled up her sleeves. Your servant is ashamed that I was unable to continue helping Lang Jun. Jiang Pingji laughed and rubbed her hair. Your previous life was too bitter. Enjoy your next life in peace. I will take care of these matters properly. There is no need for you to continue sacrificing yourself. The honey trap was just an expedient measure. It was a fair deal between Jiang Pingji and Huijun. Now that the transaction had been settled, she could not push Huijun, who had already escaped from the pit of fire, back into it. If you're bored, I'll assign you a mission when we get back to Wanzhou. That way, you won't have to work as a maid all day. Huijun smiled faintly and teased, it's already a great blessing to be able to serve Lang Jun. I even snatched this job from your handmaidens. I didn't know I was so popular. Jiang Pingji secretly rolled her eyes and mocked herself. There are many things that you don't know. Huijun followed a step behind Jiang Pingji. By the way, since you've recovered your true identity, do you want to adjust your attire? I don't think it's a good idea to dress as a man all the time. Oh, prepare a few sets of women's clothing. Something simple and plain will do. Whether it was men's or women's clothing, Jiang Pingji did not have a preference, as long as it was convenient for her to move around. Huijun was already prepared. She brought out a plate from the back hall with 2 sets of women's clothing stacked on top of it. I made this in my spare time. Why don't you try it and see how big it is? When Jiang Pingji saw the style and size of the clothes, she knew that Huijun had specially made them for her. Okay. Fortunately, there was not much difference between men's and women's clothing in ancient times. It was Jiang Pingji's first time wearing women's clothing, so she was not at a loss. She untied the heavy white cloth that was wrapped around her chest and released her long-suppressed cleavage. She took a deep breath and felt that the air was fresh. Jiang Pingji looked down and muttered, it's wise to recover my identity now. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death one day. Because of the optimization of his body, Lu Shi's skinny body grew very well. Not only was he tall, but his cleavage was also developing well. Huijun was very well prepared. She had even prepared a private item such as a dudu. Jiang Pingji raised her hand and massaged her cleavage, which was rarely relaxed. It seemed that it was necessary to play with her bra. After all, she could not treat herself badly. Not long after, Jiang Pingji was dressed neatly. It looks a little weird, she tugged at her sleeves. The overall color of the women's clothing was green. It was not too lively, but it did not look too old-fashioned either. It was just that there was a strange feeling of a boss in women's clothing. Looking at Jiang Pingji's attire, Huijun, who was waiting outside, laughed out loud. Lang Jun, you haven't changed your hairstyle. Naturally, it was awkward to wear a woman's attire while wearing a man's hairstyle. Jiang Pingji had been in this world for so many years, but she could only comb her hair into a ponytail. Naturally, she had to let others help her with her hairstyle. Hui Jun did not help her comb her hair into a luxurious and complicated hairstyle. Instead, she chose the most common hairstyle. Other than that, there were no additional accessories. Not to mention a hawksbill hairpin or a buyao, she did not even wear a woman's dress. She did not wear any exquisite jewelry. It's too plain and clean. Even the maidservants who serve you wear 1 or 2 plain silver hairpins. As Hui Jun spoke, she raised her hand to help Jiang Pingji fix the shape of her brows. She looked less fierce and more gentle. Jiang Pingji closed her eyes and allowed Hui Jun to move around on her face. But Lang Jun is not suitable for those luxurious decorations. Lang Jun is different from those women who like to look good. She wanted to choose a pair of pearl earrings for Jiang Pingji to wear, but in the end, she helplessly realized that Jiang Pingji did not have piercings. Jiang Pingji opened her eyes and looked at the heroic girl in the bronze mirror. The corners of her mouth twitched. Finally, she did not have the weird feeling of being a boss in women's clothing. Lang Jun's lips are a little pale. A little rouge will make them look better. That's good. Jiang Pingji opened the streaming room. 150,000 viewers swarmed in. Then, Mei Ernyang, where's the streamer? Where did the streamer go? Wither into dust, something big has happened. The streamer is missing. The viewers in the streaming room subconsciously looked for the familiar figure of the young man. They were shocked to find that the streamer was not in the streaming room. Huan Zixingchen, wait, the lady beside Miss Hui Jun. Is she the streamer? Everyone stared at Jiang Pingji's face carefully. It was indeed the streamer's face. Mo Lingyin, after following the streaming for so many years, I finally see the streamer in women's clothing. I feel like I have no regrets in this life. How's Han Qianshui? I thought I would see the King Kong Barbie Neza version of the streamer. I didn't expect her to be so pretty. Jiang Pingji did not look like a man. It was just that her appearance was more heroic. When she wore women's clothing and combed her hair into a bun, no one would suspect that she was a man. In a split second, the bullet screen of the entire streaming room was filled with exclamation marks and horrified emojis. The corner of Jiang Pingji's eye twitched. Only then did she resist the urge to forcibly close the streaming room. Hui Jun, do you think I will scare people if I go out like this? Hui Jun covered her lips and smiled faintly. Lang Jun, you look suave and elegant in men's clothing. You look heroic in women's clothing. How will you scare people? Chapter 758. Ah. My neck hurts, and there's no more tea. Fengzhen put down his pen and used his fist to massage his aching neck. He moved his toes. After sitting for so long, he felt like his legs didn't belong to him anymore. Yang Si rummaged through a pile of bamboo slips and said without looking up, "There's no more tea. Just ask the servant girl in the pantry to refill it." Fengzhen smiled meaningfully. That's great. The servant girl in the pantry is good at massaging. Yang Si looked down and said, "You're really not afraid of trouble. Who knows what these servants used to be?" The imperial city of Qinzhou had been through a disaster. Many officials had been taken captive, leaving behind many concubines, female slaves, maids, and servants. The mansion they were living in had been left behind by someone else. The maids they were using had been found later. Fengzhen said, "I'm just letting her massage my shoulders to relax. I'm not doing anything else." To be honest, ever since Fengzhen became Jiang Pingji's subordinate, he had been much more restrained. In the past, he slept with women every day. Now, he couldn't even touch a girl's hand for months, let alone develop a relationship. Compared to before, his life now was like that of a delicate monk with few desires. He was about to weep for himself when light footsteps came from outside. The shadow in the hall slowly approached. Fengzhen didn't even raise his head as he said, "Go fill up the tea on the table and give me a shoulder massage. Use the same amount of strength as yesterday." After a while, the other party didn't move. "You want me to fill your tea and massage your shoulders?" A familiar voice came from above his head. The tone of the voice carried a hint of indescribable warning. Fengzhen didn't recognize it and immediately laughed. "What, is it hard for you to fill my tea and massage my shoulders?" At that moment, the comments in the live stream room all felt sorry for Fengzhen and hoped that the streamer would teach him a lesson. Wahao AIGG, warning ahead, your dissolute Prince Charming Fengzhen is about to be beaten by the streamer. Sui Feng Xiao say, I really want to grab Feng Longzi's shoulders and shake him. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you want to die? Zhang Sun Wushuang, yeah, why do you want to die? Let the streamer fill his tea. I think the streamer will pinch his chin and pour the whole pot of hot water down his throat. Let the host massage his shoulders? No, was he sure he wouldn't break his collarbone? Feng Zisher, I dare to pinch you, but I'm afraid you don't have the guts to let me pinch you. You seem to be living a good life. You're working, yet you still have the leisure to let a maid serve you and massage your shoulders. Jiang Pingji took 2 steps forward, and her snow-white socks came into view. Fengzhen's heart skipped a beat when he heard the other party call him by his surname and courtesy name. His voice had even changed to the familiar tone he was used to. He slowly raised his head like a criminal awaiting his death sentence. She bent her knees slightly and squatted down to meet his gaze. Zisher, do you want to try my cooking? Fengzhen was so shocked that he leaned back. His movement was a little too big, and he fell to the ground. He hurriedly got up and said seriously, Greetings, my lord. Jiang Pingji smiled and asked him, You haven't answered my question. Fengzhen's expression immediately turned bitter, as if he had eaten a whole basket of bitter gourds. What the hell was going on? If he had known that the woman who came in was not a maid but Jiang Pingji, he wouldn't have ordered her around unless he had a death wish. However, his lord dressed in women's clothes didn't seem so unsightly to the eyes. She was much better than the burly man dressed in women's clothes that Fengzhen had imagined. Yang Si, who had been watching the entire scene, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fengzhen was reaping what he sowed. He deserved to be shocked. Yang Jingrong, you're so sincere in watching people embarrass themselves. Fengzhen was a little uncomfortable at first. He felt that it was a little weird to face his lord dressed in women's clothes, but the urge to criticize Yang Si won out. Yang Si supported his cheek with one hand and laughed. If you hadn't given someone something to use against you, who would have watched you? You're too careless in making friends. Yang Si clearly knew that Jiang Pingji was coming, but he didn't even warn him. Instead, he coldly watched him embarrass himself. Fengzhen wanted to say something, but a servant's voice came from outside. My lord, County Chief Huang's wife is here to visit. Jiang Pingji was surprised. County Chief Huang's wife. Who is it? Yang Si thought about it and said, It should be Huang Song's wife. I don't know why she's here. Jiang Pingji was shocked. Huang Bogeo has a wife. When did he get married? Why didn't he inform us? Since Huang Song's wife had come to visit, Jiang Pingji naturally couldn't stop her from entering. She could only receive her personally. Yang Si said, My lord, do you need to dress up a little more? If you receive a guest like this, it's too plain. Jiang Pingji said indifferently, your lord is not an ordinary woman in the backyard. Who would see me dressed up? How improper would that be? After she finished speaking, she strode away. Her one step was faster than an ordinary woman's 2 or 3. Looking at her height, she was tall and slender. Ordinary men would feel pressured, let alone those petite women. Yang Si looked at her and felt a faint stomachache. He felt that his lord wasn't wearing the wrong clothes, but had clearly reincarnated into the wrong body. Huang Song's wife was settled in the living room. When Jiang Pingji went over, she found 2 maids with knives at their waists standing outside the door. She didn't even frown. She walked in with a natural expression and saw a young girl with a bright and beautiful face sitting on the lower right. She was young and had a woman's bun. She should be Huang Song's wife. Yi Cho Chang, oh my god, Huang Song's wife looks like a girl in her first year of high school. She's actually married. Jiang Pingji's thoughts coincided with the audience's. Huang Song's wife was still a young girl, but she already had the steadiness of an adult. Your servant, Huang Qisher, greets the magistrate of Liuzhou. When Jiang Pingji sat down, Huang Song's wife bowed to her. The 4 maids with knives behind her also bowed. Jiang Pingji discovered that not only did the maids carry knives, but Huang Song's wife also practiced martial arts. She had 2 knives on her waist belt. TSK. She was a real hot pepper. She wondered if Huang Song was usually afraid of this young wife. Bogeo and I are close friends. You're treating me like an outsider with such great respect. Compared to Huang Song's wife, who was dressed up and had no lack of hawksbill hairpins, Jiang Pingji seemed especially gloomy. However, the auras of the 2 were different. Even if Jiang Pingji didn't wear any makeup, she could still bring great pressure to the other party. Magistrate of Liuzhou saved my husband at the court meeting. I can't skip this courtesy. Jiang Pingji responded with an "oh" and said, it's nothing. Did Lady Qi specially come over to thank me? Yes, but I don't know what you like. If there's anything inappropriate, please forgive me. Jiang Pingji glanced at the gifts placed below. They were all high-quality rouge, face powder, and cloth jewelry. She couldn't help but be speechless. She knew the reason for her visit. Thank you very much. This time, it was Lady Qi's turn to be surprised. Aren't you angry, Magistrate? Chapter 759. Lady Qi's face was full of admiration. She said sincerely, Governor, you're really not an ordinary woman. You're not an ordinary woman either. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyelids and glanced at the pile of gifts. She then glanced at the maids with knives behind Lady Qi. The audience in the streaming room was dumbfounded. Even through the screen, they could still feel that the atmosphere in the picture was a little strange. Yuetong, well. Can anyone tell me what Huang Song's lowly wife means? I feel like my IQ is not enough. If it was a mockery, her gift of rouge and jewelry would not cause the streamer any trouble. If it was a show of goodwill, I feel a little strange. If it were other women, giving rouge, face powder, and cloth jewelry would certainly not be so out of place. However, if it were Jiang Pingji, even the dullest audience would feel that something was wrong. Rouge, face powder, cloth jewelry. These things that girls like seem to be very different from the streamer's style. Chioha Rimadu, maybe she's jealous. Think about it. When the streamer and Huang Song were together, how many times did they go to the brothel? They held a little beauty in their arms, listened to songs and watched dances, and looked like good brothers. If I were Huang Song's wife, I would definitely feel uncomfortable. However, giving rouge, face powder, and so on is something that I've seen too much of. I feel that her actions are particularly refreshing. Many people think that this is just a girl's jealousy. It's not a big deal at all. However, there are still many viewers who disagree. Xinjia, I don't agree that Huang Song's wife's methods are refreshing. She seems reckless and headstrong, but she's actually very shrewd. It's not as simple as jealousy. It's provocation and testing. Have you ever seen a maid carry a knife when visiting someone's house or thanking them? As for the gifts given by Huang Song's wife, there's definitely nothing wrong with them on a woman. The streamer said that they are all good things. Can you say that these gifts are not thoughtful? But the problem is that the streamer is not an ordinary woman. Using rouge as a gift is very provocative. Lo Siji Lianming, for an inappropriate example, Prime Minister Zhuge gave Sima Yi women's clothes before the battle. Do you think this is appropriate? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that it's not appropriate to give the streamer rouge and face powder. It's better to change it to medicinal herbs and jade. It's not outstanding, but it's also not wrong. Madame Huang Song must have known this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked the streamer, "Are you angry?" She must have done this on purpose. On purpose. The live stream viewers were stunned. If no one had reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed the detail of carrying a knife. Indeed, who would be armed to the teeth when going out to thank a guest? Most of the audience were on the main streamer's side. They would subconsciously protect Jiang Pingji's interests. Their impression of Huang Song's wife was a little worse. Madame Qi shook her head in shame and waved her hand, motioning for the 4 maids behind her to retreat. After the maid retreated, Madame Qi raised her hand to remove the knife from her waist and pushed it a few feet forward, away from where she could touch it. Prefecture Governor, you're praising me too much. In your eyes, I'm just a vulgar woman who only knows how to be jealous, right? Jiang Pingji calmly watched her movements. Why does Madame say that? If Madame only knew how to be jealous, then the things that were sent to her door would not be good. It would be better to casually pick some ordinary things. Since Madame dares to bring these things to your door, isn't it because you're certain that you can achieve your goal and retreat unscathed? She clearly knew that Jiang Pingji could dismember people with an ivory baton, yet she still had the guts to come and test her. This could no longer be summed up as being bold. However, being bold did not mean being reckless. In Jiang Pingji's opinion, Madame Qi was quite scheming. The livestream viewers felt that Madame Qi was provoking her because of Huang Song, but Jiang Pingji didn't think so. The purpose of this person's visit was to test her more than to provoke her. Jealousy was just an added bonus. To put it bluntly, in the face of a gift from Madame Qi, there was no woman who would not like it. If Jiang Pingji acted like she liked it very much, it could only show that she was an ordinary woman who liked colors. A woman who loved beauty and was somewhat vain was naturally easy to deal with, because this was a weakness. If she flew into a rage, Madame Qi would not be surprised. This showed that Jiang Pingji's future achievements would be limited. Even if she was already the prefecture governor, she was limited by her identity as a woman and did not have enough magnanimity and foresight. How far could she go in the future? It was even more reassuring. In the end, Jiang Pingji's reaction was neither of the above two. She was not angry. Instead, she gladly accepted the gift. Her purpose was to give it to a beautiful woman, to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. Not only did it show her tolerance and magnanimity, but it also helped to save Madame Qi's face. The more she did this, the more Madame Qi did not dare to look down on her, so she ordered the maid to retreat and unsheathed the knife at her waist to show that she was on good terms with her. She was sure that even if Jiang Pingji was a woman, her advantages would not be diminished because of this, and her future achievements would not stop at being the prefecture governor of Wanzhou. She must be a formidable opponent. Madame Qi said, compared to my petty cleverness, your magnanimity are what make people tremble in fear. Jiang Pingji used a declarative sentence. I don't think Huang Song asked you to prepare these gifts. Bogeo doesn't know about this, Madam Chi said. This is my decision. I hope this will not affect the friendship between you and Bogeo. I guess so. Even if Huang Bogeo had the intention to test me, he wouldn't have the guts. Regardless of whether there would be a conflict with Huang Song in the future, at least for now, they were still friends who could talk to each other. Jiang Pingji smiled and teased, Madam, aren't you worried? Madam Chi twirled her handkerchief and rolled her eyes. I was a little worried before I came, but I'm not worried now. She smiled guiltily and said, I know that Bogeo isn't a very good person, but I admire him from head to toe. The two of us are husband and wife who drank the nuptial wine. In my eyes, he is the best husband in the world. However, your magnanimity and magnanimity are completely different from the women in the world who are in love. If it was a man, I might have fallen in love with someone else. He's so outstanding, so I naturally wouldn't think highly of Bogeo. I won't be delusional and think that Bogeo can attract your attention. Jiang Pingji laughed involuntarily. If he heard what you said, he would fight me to the death. She asked the maid outside to put away Madam Chi's gifts. Madam Chi asked her with interest. Just now, you said that you wanted to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. I wonder which beauty is so blessed. In my opinion, all the women in the world are unparalleled beauties. How can this be considered a blessing? It's how it should be. When Madam Chi heard this, a smile bloomed on her face and she complained half-truthfully. I feel that it's a pity that the governor is a woman, but I'm also a little glad. Why do you say that? If the governor is a man, how fortunate would it be for the woman who can make you hold her in the palm of your hand and cherish her? But how sad would it be for those women who adore you but can't get their hands on you? Madam Chi said, fortunately, the governor is a woman. Chapter 760. Although there was some friction at the beginning, the conversation was still relatively pleasant. Seeing that the sky outside was slightly dark, Lady Chi said with a smile, I had a pleasant conversation with you. We hit it off at first sight. I was so happy that I forgot the time. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I'll delay your official business. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Please do as you please, my lady. The security in the city is unstable now. If anything goes wrong on the way, I won't be able to explain it to Bogeo. Jiang Pingji arranged for someone to escort Lady Chi back. Huang Bogeo is really lucky to have a good wife. Hui Jun was a little happy when she received the generous gift. When she heard that it was from Huang Song's wife, she was immediately displeased. Good wife? I can't tell. If it weren't for Lang Juan's magnanimity and not bothering with such a vulgar woman, I'm afraid she would have caused trouble for Chief Huang. Hui Jun frowned. She said that she came to thank Lang Jun for saving her husband, but her actions aren't like that. Who would come to thank you fully armed? Those maids all seem to be trained. It's not a problem for them to deal with one or two ordinary burly men. Jiang Pingji laughed involuntarily and raised her hand to poke Hui Jun's furrowed brows. Seeing that Hui Jun exclaimed and raised her hand to cover the space between her brows, Jiang Pingji said, Do you also think that Huang Song's wife has no guts? She's not reckless, but she's not worthy of Lang Juan's praise. Hui Jun thought of those precious items and frowned even more fiercely. Lang Jun was different from ordinary women. He was more outstanding than ordinary men. Why would he need to deal with cosmetics? I think you're quite jealous. Jiang Pingji smiled helplessly and shook her head. The matter of her giving rouge and cosmetics depends on how others interpret it. Don't forget that it's also a big trend for men to wear cosmetics nowadays. Not only do women use it, but men use it even more. Strictly speaking, there's nothing wrong with her gift this time. The fault lies in the fact that your Lang Jun is a woman and not a man. That's why there's a dispute. Hui Jun snorted softly, feeling unsettled. Is she certain that Lang Jun won't be able to do anything? What else? Jiang Pingji said, if I were to go against the grain and insist that she gave me rouge and cosmetics to humiliate me, wouldn't that mean that I also mind my identity as a daughter? Otherwise, why would he be so angry? What's more, according to the current fashion, even men giving each other cosmetics was considered elegant, let alone this matter. If I get angry, I'll just be a joke to the people outside. This was the best way to deal with it. I still don't like her, Hui Jun said. I'm angry. She is Huang Song's wife. Naturally, she will protect Huang Song for free. Jiang Pingji smiled. You are my family. Naturally, you will protect me. Let's go and see what good things Madam Qi has sent. If the goods aren't good enough, I'll blackmail Huang Song for some. This matter quickly reached the ears of Feng Zhen and Yang Xi. A visitor with a knife. Who on earth is this Madam Qi? How dare she be so bold? Feng Zhen frowned at first, but when he heard that his lord had successfully settled the matter, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and began to pay attention to the gossip. Yang Xi thought about it carefully and said, the surname is Qi. Could it be the Qi family whose ancestors had 2 military officers? The Grand Commandant was in charge of martial arts. His salary was 10,000 stones and he had a golden seal and purple ribbon. The Qi family was a martial family. During the Great Xia dynasty, they had produced 2 military officers in a row. At the end of the Great Xia dynasty, the Qi family was dragged into the battle for the throne. They lost by a single move, and the entire family was liquidated by the new emperor. The Qi family decisively cut off their tail to protect themselves. Although their vitality was greatly damaged, at least their legacy was not broken. However, it was said that the Qi family had few descendants in the past 2 generations. It was a little difficult to pass on their legacy. Feng Zhen rolled up his sleeves and sighed. Who knows? If she's really a woman from the Qi family, it's not surprising that she did this. Yang Xi lit the oil lamps in the hall and added 2 more lamps to his table so that he wouldn't have to spend too much effort reading official documents. Huang Song is really lucky. Yang Xi took out a roll of bamboo slips. It's a pity that our Lord can't take this shortcut. Others could use marriage to strengthen themselves, but their Lord was a woman. If she wanted to do this, she could only let someone marry into her family. Was it something that decent people would be willing to do? Even if it was an ordinary family, as long as they didn't starve to death, they wouldn't easily marry into their family. Although their Lord had done very well, her identity as a woman was still a shortcoming. Therefore, she needed to do her best to smooth out the injustice. Fairness was never given out by outsiders. One could only rely on oneself to fight for it. Feng Zhen twirled the beard that he had just begun to grow. She doesn't need it either. She had been able to go from poverty to where she was now without relying on Lu Shi. Now that she had restored her original form and was in control of Wanzhou, how could it be more difficult than before? Elsewhere, Huang Song happened to find out by chance that his lady had prepared a thank-you gift for Jiang Pingji. He was instantly scared out of his wits. Gift of rouge, face powder, cloth jewelry. Huang Song restrained himself again and again before he managed to suppress the urge to lift the person up by the collar. Was this the lady's own idea, or was it instigated by you wicked servants? How could the servants dare to say that they had instigated it? The entire backyard was Lady Qi's world. Not to mention Huang Song, the male master, the other servants were so disciplined that they didn't dare to say anything. Yes, it was the lady's own decision. Huang Song was like a deflated doll. He felt like his whole body was about to go limp. All of you can leave. Just as he was about to send them out, he remembered something and called them back. How long has the lady been out? It's been about 4 hours. 4 hours. Huang Song looked at the sky, which was almost completely dark. His face suddenly darkened. The lady hasn't returned yet. The servant replied, she hasn't returned yet. Huang Song was anxious and said, prepare the horse immediately. He was quite confident in Jiang Pingji. She was magnanimous. He also had confidence in his lady. Although she had a temper, she wouldn't go overboard. However, if the two of them were to meet, Huang Song wouldn't have the slightest bit of confidence. The coachman had just brought the horse over. Before Huang Song could mount the horse, Lady Qi's carriage had already leisurely stopped in front of the door. Madam, are you all right? Huang Song hurriedly went up to greet her. What can happen to me? The governor of Liuzhou isn't a jackal. He won't eat me. Lady Qi glanced at him as if she was rebuking him. Her young and beautiful face had a hint of sharpness. I'm afraid that you'll hurt each other. Huang Song swallowed his words and said, I'm worried about the lady. Lanting's temperament has always been difficult to understand. When I heard that you sent a pile of rouge and face powder just now, I almost broke out in a sweat. Lady Qi rolled her eyes at Huang Song. I'm not giving her a menstrual band. It's just some high-quality rouge and face powder. Both men and women can use it, and it doesn't violate any taboo. If she accepts it magnanimously, not only will it help both parties maintain their dignity, but it will also become a good story. If outsiders know about it, at most they'll say that I'm a petty woman and praise her for being magnanimous and extraordinary. If she even cares about this, it shows how broad-minded she is. A narrow-minded woman, no matter what her starting point was now, would have a very difficult time in the future. As long as Jiang Pingji wasn't stupid, she would definitely not make the wrong move. Huang Song was choked and speechless. Chapter 761. How is Bogeo's relationship with Lu Prefecture's governor? Madame Qi took off her cloak to keep out the cold and handed it to the maid. We have a good relationship. We used to go together. Huang Song said casually. When his eyes met his wife's stern eyes, he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. It was not convenient to talk about their romantic past. Anyway, we have a good personal relationship. Fortunately, Lady Qi didn't care about what he didn't finish. I think that Lu Prefecture's overseer is extraordinarily ambitious. After today's conversation, I feel that her restoring her identity as a woman may not be passive, but active. Madame Qi sat down, picked up the tea that the maid had poured for her, and took a sip to moisten her mouth. Her words were astonishing. Huang Song frowned and said, that's impossible. Lanting's identity is well hidden. If it weren't for today's incident, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered it. Furthermore, what good was there in restoring his identity? If Lanting had been a man, he would have been conferred the title of governor of Wanzhou. With her father's power, he would have been able to sit firmly in the north. The imperial court was on the brink of death, and it was clear that there was no hope for them to be saved. This was merely the final radiance of the setting sun. Other than causing trouble for him, what other benefits did she gain from returning to her female identity? If you hide it, your future will be limitless. Why bother? As for the marriage of children, compared to his future prospects, this was not a problem at all. As for having children, she could find a man she liked in private. Wouldn't it be easy for her to give birth to a child for herself? As for the father of the child, he could either keep him or kill him. There were ways to deal with him without leaving any traces. If it wasn't for someone else exposing her or her own stupidity, how could she have discovered her true identity? How could they find out? Who would suspect that the playmate they drank with all day was a woman? Whether it was his words, actions, or style of doing things, he couldn't see any flaws at all. As for Jiang Pingji's appearance, according to the current trend, there were many men who were more effeminate than her. Lady Qi raised her eyelids and rolled her eyes at her husband. This is a woman's intuition. What do you know? Today, he had a pleasant conversation with the governor of Liuzhou. He did not feel the slightest bit unhappy that his identity had been exposed, nor did he feel confused or hesitant about the outside world. On the contrary, he seemed to have been prepared. If that's really the case, then this Lu province overseer's ambition is definitely greater than I imagined. Faced with his wife's speculation, Huang Song only gave one response. Oh. Lady Qi said, oh what? Give me some reaction. Huang Song laughed and said, what kind of reaction can your husband give? Lanting was ambitious. This was not the first time he had found out about this. Their current relationship was still fine, so they could talk about the future in the future. I can't cut ties with Lanting just because she's too ambitious, right? Madame Qi said, even so, you have to be prepared. You have to keep an eye on Haozhou. This place is located at the border between the north and the south. Based on the current development of the two of them, there would definitely be a day when their interests would collide. Huang Song smiled and raised his hand to pull his wife into his arms. The couple's posture was intimate, as if they were hugging a doll. He said in a low voice, it's not that I don't understand Madame's thoughts, but now is not the time. Lanting is powerful and is entrenched in the north. However, that is only on the surface. In the next few years, I will only cooperate with her. There will be no conflict. It's too early for you to worry. Why? Madame Qi was surprised. Huang Song said in a low voice, in the north, there are not only the Lu father and son, but also the northern borderline. As long as the northern borderline existed, Lanting's power would be restricted to the northern borderline. Starting a dispute with her because of me would be courting death. She will peacefully develop to the north, and I will develop from the north to the south. We will form an alliance and not interfere with each other. When she deals with the northern borderline, we will be completely at odds with each other. Do you understand? Personal friendship was personal, and official business was official business. Not only did Jiang Pingji see it clearly, but Huang Song also understood it. United, they were friends. Divided, they were enemies. Whether they were enemies or friends depended on their standpoint. Originally, I thought that Lanting's chances of winning against the forces of the northern borderline were not high. Now that I look at it, I feel that the chances are 50-50. Huang Song lowered his eyes slightly and said, in terms of magnanimity alone, there are very few in the world who can surpass her. Unfortunately, she is not a man. Madame Qi raised her hand and pinched the soft flesh on his waist. She bared her canine teeth and said, what's wrong with being a woman? Can't women do big things? Madam, I didn't mean that. It hurts, it hurts. Let go. My flesh is about to turn purple. Huang Song begged for mercy repeatedly. Madame Qi only let go after a while. Then do you hope that she can win against the northern borderline? The northern borderline is an outsider. How many innocent people have been slaughtered? Naturally, I hope that Lanting can win. If she is unable to do so, I will definitely do my best to help her. Huang Song secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and rubbed the area pitifully. Madame Qi's grip was still so strong. Women were really not to be trifled with. As he rubbed, he complained, sigh, Madame has caused unnecessary trouble this time. I will have to spend some of my private money again. Madame Qi's ears pricked up. Are you saying that I have caused unnecessary trouble for you? Huang Song bit her earlobe and said with a smile, if you had given me something else, others would only think that I have a good personal relationship with Lanting. It would be normal for Madame to visit and thank me. But now, I have given her rouge and face powder. Even if Lanting doesn't mind, it is difficult to guarantee that outsiders will not maliciously gossip and drive a wedge between us. To be safe, I have to personally visit her tomorrow and give her a double gift. I have to be serious. Madame Chi pouted but did not say anything. Huang Song continued. Otherwise, if others deliberately humiliate Lanting in the future and ask the lady of the inner house to step in for everything, guess what will happen? Not only will she deal with those people, but she will also deal with your husband. Just in case, I will spend money to avert disaster. It had to be said that Huang Song still had some understanding of Jiang Pingji. Madame Chi said, "That's fine. I will go to the storeroom again and pick some good ones." The couple had not seen each other for a long time, and it was far better than being newlyweds. That night, they were inseparable. As soon as they stopped, the flustered voice of the maid came from outside. At the same time, Jiang Pingji, who was about to rest, also received similar news. The corpse is gone. Jiang Pingji wore a cloak to ward off the cold and held a roll of bamboo slips in her hand. The servant who was reporting to her turned pale. The servant trembled and said, "Yes, I heard that a gust of demonic wind blew past and the remains of the corpse disappeared. His lord was the main force in killing the demon. It was difficult to guarantee that the demon would not cause trouble for his lord after it was resurrected." Thinking that there would be a demon secretly watching the mansion, the servant's face turned ashen. "If it's gone, then it's gone. Is there a need to make such a fuss?" Jiang Pingji waved her hand to dismiss the servant. Looking at the light on the lamp, Jiang Pingji reached out and teased the flame. "It has been killed 3 times and resurrected 3 times. I suppose that part of the popularity points stored in the system have been consumed," she muttered in a low voice, her eyes filled with a cold light. Chapter 762. How could Jiang Pingji not know that it was dangerous to let the time traveler run wild? As long as the hidden danger was not eliminated, not only would Jiang Pingji face the danger of being assassinated, but the people around her could also be implicated. A time traveler with no bottom line, a greedy system that wanted to see the world in chaos, and a scheming, greedy system that harbored evil intentions towards Jiang Pingji. Just based on this, Jiang Pingji could not allow them to live freely and cause trouble for her. Weeds would grow again if the roots were not removed. However, she was a rational hunter. She knew what to do to successfully catch her prey. No matter how anxious she was, she had to endure it. She could not let her prey discover her true intentions in advance. When hunting, one naturally had to kill in one shot. Once she made her move, she could not give her prey the slightest chance to escape. Tormenting the time traveler and the system was just a warm-up before the hunt. Step by step, she gave her prey the greatest pressure, made them run for their lives, and exhausted them to a certain extent. When the time was right, it would be her time to strike. The system in the time traveler's body was different from the one in Jiang Pingji's body. The two came from the same source, and their starting points were exactly the same. However, with different hosts, their growth paths were also different. Jiang Pingji knew about the hidden spark in the system from the beginning. She was always on guard against it and limited its growth. To use an analogy, Jiang Pingji's system was a pitiful little person whose food was deducted. She only ate 1 meal a day, her nutrition could not keep up, and her growth was seriously delayed. She was 1.8 meters tall and weighed less than 40 kilograms. She was skinny and had no ability to fight back. What about the system around the time traveler? Under the guidance of the system, the time traveler started a live stream. For the reward given by the system, the time traveler's bottom line became lower and lower. In the end, she did not even have a bottom line. With such a hard-working and willing host, how could the system earn less points of popularity? Compared to the pitiful system on Jiang Pingji's side, the time traveler's system was very happy. Every day, it ate seafood, and every meal was a feast with 108 dishes. It had to eat 8 to 10 meals a day. Its digestive system could not take it, and it was already overweight. Jiang Pingji tormented the system just to slim it down and find ways to consume its points of popularity. When he had slimmed down to a certain extent and there were not many points of popularity left, it would be the best time for Jiang Pingji to close the net. If she could imprison both subsystems, she would like to see how big of a wave the system could cause. Teasing the dancing flames, Jiang Pingji smiled coldly. When the truth was revealed, she would let the smart Halaki system know who was the one scheming against whom. 2 flowers blossomed, one on each side. The woman had disguised herself as an old woman. Her body had been dismembered alive by Jiang Pingji using 5 ivory batons. She had died a miserable death. Host, this is the 3rd time. The system's voice was exceptionally cold, with a strong sense of reproach. If it weren't for Jiang Pingji's mischief that bound the system to the physical body, it would have long given up on this incompetent host. In just 1 or 2 months, it had died 3 times in the hands of the same person, and each time was more tragic than the last, which made the 3-corpse god furious. The old woman's soul was pulled into the system space by the system and restored to the appearance of the beautiful woman in the red dress. Her face was extremely pale, and her eyes were still filled with panic and fear that hadn't dissipated. Although it was only for a moment, the severe pain of being dismembered still brought indescribable pain and trauma to her soul. The system's reproach made her slightly come back to her senses, and she secretly licked her full red lips. Because of the system's guidance, she never thought that she was controlled by the system. What was the system? What was the host? Just from the word itself, it was obvious who was in the dominant position. In her mind, the system was just a string of data. In the past, the woman in the red dress could tolerate the system's criticism because of their common interests. Now that she had suffered setbacks one after another, she was also annoyed. The 3rd time is the 3rd time. Who gave me the rotten idea? System, you said that exposing Lu Shi's identity as a woman would teach her a lesson. Now that it failed, you put all the blame on me. Who do you think you are? You're just data that isn't even a person. Don't put on airs in front of me. If you continue to provoke me, I'll go on strike now. Find another host if you can. The woman in the red dress was so angry that she said these words out of anger. She didn't know that her angry words just hit the system's sore spot. F***ck, if I could change the host, why would I still argue with this idiot here? At first, the system chose the woman in the red dress as its host because it saw that she was easy to control. She had the intelligence of an ordinary person, was a little greedy, liked to reap without sowing, had a lot of unrealistic daydreams in her head, was vain, bullied the weak and feared the strong. The system liked this kind of host the most. She wasn't too stupid, but she wasn't smart either. She had weaknesses that could be easily controlled and made her the most obedient puppet. Now, it seemed that she was too stupid. She was incompetent, and even with the system's help, she was still beaten half to death by Jiang Pingji. The system was not afraid of this host at all. It had cooperated with her for more than 20 years and knew her true colors too well. It sneered, "Host, according to the original contract, you can unilaterally go on strike at will. Aren't you afraid of electric shock punishment or obliteration?" When the woman in the red dress heard the words, electric shock punishment, and obliteration, her body subconsciously trembled. "I haven't done anything wrong now. What right do you have to obliterate me?" For the woman in the red dress, nothing was more powerful than this threat. No one knew that she wasn't like this in the beginning. As a small online streamer who accidentally traveled to a strange and different world and had a powerful live streaming system in her head, she seemed like the standard for a female lead in a romance drama. The system's behavior was also similar to that of a novel. She became more and more convinced that she was extraordinary. At first, the system used its own tasks to test her bottom line and make her do things she didn't want to do. She was also unhappy. It was just a system, but it wanted to control her. Who was the host, and who was the obedient servant? She completed 2 tasks and tasted the sweetness. She resisted the 3rd task, and the system judged her failure. The price of failure was a 2nd-level electric shock punishment. She didn't dare to recall that painful feeling after experiencing it once. On one hand, there was the generous reward for completing the task, and on the other hand, there was the painful punishment for failing the task. She cleverly chose the former. Even if the tasks issued by the system made her frown and made her feel uneasy, she still worked hard to complete the tasks when she thought of her own interests. As long as she was well, what did the life and death of other people have to do with her? When her streamer level reached the top, she would be able to travel back to this world with her gains from all these years. This world would have nothing to do with her. It was a little like, after I die, who cares about the flood? As long as her interests were not harmed, the life and death of others had nothing to do with her. The system said darkly, "Host, do you need me to remind you how many popularity points you owe me now?" Chapter 763. Although the debtor was the boss, this did not apply to the system. Not only did the system control the debt, but it also controlled the life of the woman in red. "Host, let me remind you again. You were the one who first proposed to expose Lu Shi's identity. You also thought that the crime of deceiving the emperor could bring down the father and daughter. You're just telling me your thoughts, and then you want me to be a follower and push the blame onto me." The system was not without a temper. It had failed again and again. This had already worn out the system's patience with the woman in red. However, Jiang Pingji had bound the system to the body of the woman in red. As long as Jiang Pingji did not release the woman, the system would not be free at all, let alone find a new host. Before Jiang Pingji kicked the bucket, the system could only pinch its nose and bind itself to the foolish host, cleaning up after her mess. The woman in red's face was flushed. It was not from embarrassment, but from anger. She did not know much about politics. How would she know that deceiving the emperor was not a serious crime? She could only blame the television dramas she had watched in the past. They made her think that deceiving the emperor was a crime that could easily lead to the death of a person's entire family. Speaking of which, it was rather funny. In the past, the reason why the woman in red had been able to thrive was because of the system's golden finger, not her own brain. She had been wholeheartedly focused on how to fight for favor in the palace and how to please the audience in the live broadcast room. When had she ever studied the situation or politics? With the system, her face could be flawless. Her skin was fair and tender. Her figure was as graceful as the devil, and her curves were curvaceous. As for talent, with a skill book, she could be promoted from an ordinary internet celebrity to a global goddess in minutes. With the help of the system, she could not only use her appearance to capture men's attention, but her body was also very mysterious. What were the masterpieces and the white tiger? They were just child's play. There were more mysterious treasures that could make men crave the taste. It was like poison seeping into their bones. It was difficult to quit once they were addicted. If the senses of the body were used as an analogy, a man and a woman in red rolling in the sheets was like eating the world's best delicacy. It could conquer the taste buds in one go. A man and an ordinary woman rolling in the sheets was like eating rancid porridge and sour rotten vegetables. How could the taste be the same? The former was watertight, while the latter was like an inelastic cowhide bag. It was puffing and leaking air. When it came to seducing people, the red-clothed woman was very familiar with them. But when it came to the political situation, she was completely clueless. How could you expect a useless person raised by the system to put in the effort to learn boring politics? She took it for granted that deceiving the emperor was a serious crime. She did not know that the current emperor had no prestige to speak of. The imperial power was loose, and the royal family had lost all face. They could only struggle at death's door. How could they use a chicken feather as a command arrow to deal with a feudal vassal? The woman in red thought that she could succeed, but in the end, she walked right into Jiang Pingji's trap. She was caught and killed by Jiang Pingji. I don't want to go against her anymore, the red-clothed woman muttered in a low voice. She thought back to her 3 deaths, each one more miserable than the last. She couldn't help but shudder. The system said coldly, between you and her, only one can survive. Either you die or she dies. Are you sure you want to give up? The woman in red was choked to the point that she couldn't speak. In the end, her desire to live overcame her fear. You really are the stupidest host I've ever seen. You know you can't beat Lu Shi, so why do you keep coming at him? You can achieve your goal by hurting the people around her. You can't get close to Lu Shi personally and give him the level 9 loyalty talisman, but you can use tricks like confusion and control to make the people around her betray her. You have to be flexible. The woman in red suddenly had a flash of insight. To really attack Lu Shi, using Lu Shi as a target is not a bad idea. The system was not optimistic about her choice and poured a bucket of cold water on her. Lu Shi stays in Chongzhou all year round. It doesn't matter if the father and daughter don't meet each other at least once a year. Moreover, based on the hatred between you and Lu Shi, do you think he won't have his guard up? Or do you think that your body can seduce Lu Shi? To put it mildly, when Lu Shi faced the woman in the red dress, he would be lucky if he didn't vomit, let alone attack the city. Then who should I choose? The woman in red mumbled softly and began to analyze. Currently, among Lu Shi's subordinates, only a few can get close to her and gain her trust. Meng Hun, Li Yun, Dian Yan, Yang Si, Feng Zhen. Meng Hun and Dian Yan are too ugly. According to Gu Min's memory, Yang Si is a smart and self-disciplined person. Only Li Yun and Feng Zhen are left. Based on looks, she would definitely choose Li Yun. He was a handsome white horse with unparalleled waist strength, a real high-quality fresh meat. It was said that he was a virgin and would be easy to control. However, considering Li Yun's wariness as a martial artist and the fact that women were not allowed in the military camp, it would be difficult for her to sneak in. After a round of elimination, it seemed that only Feng Zhen was left. Feng Zhen is a beauty. To put it bluntly, he's a lecher. He's a good choice. Although she disliked the weak body of a scholar, he was the most suitable. At that moment, the system reminded her mercilessly, "Host, if you still want to revive, make the decision to revive as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you wait for those people outside to cremate your corpse and then want to reconstruct your body, I'm afraid it will be impossible without tens of billions of popularity points." The woman in red's face paled and she immediately said, "Of course I want to revive. 2 billion popularity points, no bargaining." The woman in red's face was almost unsightly. 2 billion. Reviving would increase the price. The system explained, the amount of popularity points used for reviving is determined by the degree of damage to the corpse. The smaller the damage, the smaller the cost. Your corpse. Lu Shi was more ruthless, more thorough than dismemberment. The degree of damage is greater, so the cost is also higher. The woman in red waved her hand weakly. 2 billion it is. As the saying goes, when you have too much debt, you don't need to worry. She was already carrying a debt of 2 billion, so adding another 2 billion wouldn't hurt. Anyway, it would be paid in installments. Based on her popularity in the streaming room, she would be able to clear her debt after a few years of hard work. With the system's help, after a gust of demonic wind, the corpse that should have been cremated was swept away, alarming countless officials and making it impossible for them to sleep at night. Jiang Pingji, on the other hand, ate well and slept soundly. She slept dreamlessly until dawn. She was already the magistrate of Wanzhou, so she couldn't leave the base camp for too long. The mission of the Alliance army to rescue the king was almost complete. She should also pack up and prepare to return home. As for whether Prince Changshu, who had already proclaimed himself emperor, would make a comeback after the Alliance army left, it had nothing to do with her. Why is my lord free to come out today? Fengzhen raised his sleeves to cover his yawn. 2 drops of tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. He had cultivated too late last night, so he didn't have enough sleep. Jiang Pingji said gloomily, "This time, your lord came to rescue the king for only 3 things. First, to be the official magistrate of Wanzhou. Second, to make some money by selling the method of making flashing bricks. Third, to see if the other side is tight and to poach some people. So far, the first 2 things have been done well. I came out with empty pockets, but when I go back, my pockets are full. But there's only one person, Qi Kuang." "Zi Shi, you're slacking." Fengzhen was speechless. He had almost forgotten about this matter. However, he couldn't be said to be slacking. Even Qi Kuang, who was the only remaining person, had been roped in by him. Chapter 764. There are no corners in this world that can't be pried open, only people who don't work hard. Jiang Pingji readily accepted Fengzhen's advice and made him swallow his words. Think about the whole of Wanzhou. There's so little land and so few people. You have to do everything yourself. Sooner or later, you'll die of exhaustion at the desk. Jiang Pingji was just short of telling Fengzhen, if you still want breaks, young ladies, wine, and delicacies, hurry up and get to work. Even if she didn't say it clearly, with Fengzhen's IQ, how could he not understand the deeper meaning behind her words? It was precisely because he understood that he regretted it even more. Of all the things she should not have done, she should not have rushed over after receiving Wei Xi's letter. Now he had plunged into a bottomless pit of overtime, endured Jiang Pingji's exploitation, and had no proper breaks all year round. For a prodigal son, no private time meant no chance to live a dissolute life, no chance to interact with various young ladies. He had nothing to live for. It's just that this also depends on fate. It can't be forced, Fengzhen weakly tried to defend himself. It was useless to poach ordinary people. Top talents weren't radishes that grew legs and could be bought at wholesale prices. It depended on fate. Besides, for the sake of the internal harmony of the entire Wanzhou group, Fengzhen couldn't bring all the good and bad people to his own family, could he? If Fengzhen dared to do so, would Jiang Pingji dare to accept those uneven talents? Sigh, sometimes I'm quite envious of those with good backgrounds and big businesses. At least they don't have to worry about talent. Jiang Pingji looked at the desolate and deserted streets and complained in a low voice, "The Su brothers are fine, but I can't even compare to Bogeo." Jiang Pingji wouldn't admit defeat in other aspects, but in terms of personal charm, she was a nameless wildflower by the roadside. No matter how hard she tried to bloom, she still couldn't compare to flowers like peonies and medicinal peonies that attracted butterflies and bees. That was a real pain in the ass. Fengzhen was 2 steps behind Jiang Pingji. When he heard her complaints, he couldn't help but laugh. It's clearly the Lord who's stubborn and concealing her shortcomings. How is it that you're inferior to others? Fengzhen wasn't comforting Jiang Pingji. He was speaking the truth. Jiang Pingji's current situation was not her own doing. Even though the Lus in Hejin County were not considered the top aristocratic families, they were still in the middle of the second tier. With a father like Lu Shi, who laid a solid foundation for the next generation, Jiang Pingji's resources and advantages were far more abundant than she had imagined. As long as Jiang Pingji was willing to reveal Lu Shi's name, borrow the power of the Lus, and use the resources at hand, would there be a shortage of talents? He might not be able to surpass the Su brothers, but he was more than capable of defeating Huang Song. In this era, wasn't it all about relying on one's father and one's ancestors? His lord held a few powerful trump cards in her hands, but she refused to show them. What else could she do? If she didn't show these trump cards and show her foundation, she naturally wouldn't be able to attract enough attention. As a result, the scholars in the world didn't know much about her. The scholars couldn't see the slightest bit of hope in her to display their skills and ambitions. Which fool would take the initiative to join her? To put it simply, she clearly had the qualifications to rely on her father and ancestors, but she insisted on starting from scratch. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Not only did his lord want to abuse herself, but she also wanted to drag her subordinates along with her. This was very torturous. However, Fengzhen seemed unreliable, but in fact, he had a clear mind. He could see through everything. His lord refused to borrow the power of her father and the clan. It was obvious that she wanted to stir up trouble. She was born into an aristocratic family, but she wanted to attack the aristocratic families. Did you think this child was a bear? Jiang Pingji waved her hand weakly and frowned. I know what you want to say. Since this is the path I chose, I will finish climbing it even if I have to kneel down. It's very difficult for me to do it alone. Don't I still have you guys? In short, I'm short of people now. Go and poach them for me. After talking for a long time, the topic still went back to the original topic. Fengzhen expressed that he was weak and didn't have the strength to wield a hoe. Jiang Pingji was so angry that she laughed. She stood still and asked him, "Then what do you want?" Fengzhen muttered to himself for a while and said, "Speaking of which, there are many places in the imperial city where one can seek pleasure and relax the body and mind. It's rare for me to come here. If I don't see the scenery of the human world, wouldn't I have come for nothing? I really don't have any other intentions. I just want to go and experience it." Jiang Pingji chuckled. An old mash that has seen thousands of sails wants to go and experience it. This is definitely the coldest joke I've ever heard. If she didn't let him go, Fengzhen was obviously saying, "I already have a choice, but if you don't let me go and have some fun, I'll slack off." Jiang Pingji's molars were itching to see this. If she let him go, who knew if Fengzhen would enjoy himself so much that he forgot to go back home. The two of them confronted each other on the street, attracting the attention of many people. They had no choice but to stare at them. Who asked them to attract too much attention? Jiang Pingji was dressed in female clothing, but she was taller than all the men on the street. Her aura was 2.8 meters tall, and even the naughty children who passed by trembled with fear. Fengzhen was dressed in a green scholarly robe. He did look a little tasteful, but he looked like he had a weak kidney. He looked indecent. The two of them confronted each other on the street. The people who didn't know what was going on were curious. "My lord, please allow it. The time and place have already been decided. If you don't go, the talent will grow wings and fly away." Fengzhen was acting like a troublemaker. What else could Jiang Pingji do? Act first and report later. You've grown up. Fine, then let's go together. Otherwise, you'll have to coax him over and make me pick a time to meet him. Fengzhen responded subconsciously. Looking at his lord's slender and tall figure, he suddenly froze on the spot. "My lord, are you going to go dressed like this? In the past, he didn't know that Jiang Pingji was a woman. He was still trying to abstain from hanshi powder. The two of them often went to drink in secret, cultivating a revolutionary friendship. It's different now. My lord, you're a woman. It's not appropriate to go to the red light district, is it? Jiang Pingji replied, if I don't go, who's going to foot the bill for you? If you're detained there, don't mention my name. Feng Zhen secretly touched his shriveled money pouch. He clicked his tongue. After Jiang Pingji became rich, she never mistreated her own people in terms of salary. But she couldn't stop Feng Zhen from spending. Naturally, he was from the Moonshine clan. He actually wanted to trick the other person into paying the bill. Feng Zhen muttered, I keep feeling a little weird. Not only did he feel weird, but the receptionist also felt that the two of them were weird. It didn't seem like the male master brought his concubine out for a romantic experience. Whose concubine's aura was so terrifying? It didn't seem like the male master brought his wife out for a romantic experience. Whose wife would be more familiar with the brothel than her husband? It was more like, a valiant mother brought her untamed son out for a romantic experience. But Chapter 765. However, no matter how strange the feeling was, it was still a customer. Customers entering the door was business. Who would push their business away? Under the guidance of Huan Yang, the two people went to the private room on the second floor of the backyard. Along the way, the decor was extremely elegant, and every inch of the scenery seemed to have been meticulously polished. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed that this place was a bit high class. If it wasn't for the clear indication that this place was for men and women, and the screen was filled with beautiful women in thin clothes, the audience might have misunderstood and thought that this was a high-ranking official's mansion. Love the night, actually, I don't quite understand. Why do they have to come to such a shady place to recruit talents? Because of the relatively conservative social atmosphere of the dimension where the audience in the live broadcast room came from, the education of gender was very obscure, causing many people to be extremely interested in brothels. No matter what it was, once it involved unspeakable and discordant content, there would always be someone who had a tacit understanding in their eyes. However, Jiang Pingji's style was too wild. How many times had she gone to brothels over the years? After seeing so many of them, they were no longer as curious and eager as they had been in the beginning. Xianggu Bukai, for men in ancient times, brothels shouldn't be considered indecent places, right? When they were hungry, they could order food and eat. When they were bored, they could call for the musicians to play music, the singers to sing, and the dancers to stretch their bodies. It was a combination of eating and entertainment. If they talked too late, they could still use this place as a hotel to stay, and at the same time, they could also ask for a girl they liked. Although the brothel was a place for pimping, its functions were very complete. A wine shop, a tea shop, a restaurant, a hostel, and a musical house were all in one. It was definitely a multifunctional entertainment venue. However, Jiang Pingji had a question that she had to ask. The person you want to kidnap is the same as you, coming to this place to talk business. Feng Zhen didn't mind the sarcasm in Jiang Pingji's words. He smiled and said, we can barely be considered like-minded friends. Jiang Pingji understood. Even if that person wasn't as frivolous as Feng Zhen, he was probably a Casanova. Otherwise, how could the two of them have gotten together? Feng Zhen had booked a private room. When they arrived, the room was already occupied. The door opened, and several maids dressed in light-colored clothes walked out of the room. The trays in their hands were empty. They bowed slightly and moved aside to let Jiang Pingji and the others pass first. What a good Feng Zisher. You've changed your temperament. Why are you so late? The voice of a hearty man came from the room. His voice was full of vigor and vitality, far more energetic than a patient with kidney deficiency like Feng Zhen. I brought someone with me, so I was delayed on the way here. I hope Chongming can forgive me. Before they even entered, Feng Zhen was already smiling and bowing in apology. Jiang Pingji deliberately lagged a few steps behind. She waited for Feng Zhen to go in and talk to someone before she stepped into the private room. A person's appearance could be deliberately concealed, and his aura could be restrained, but his temperament could not be concealed. The man in dark brown clothes saw Jiang Pingji and was stunned for a while. He bowed with his hands folded in front and said, "This commoner pays his respects to the commander of the army." Beside Feng Zhen was a young woman with a strong aura. Other than Lu Shi, who was currently in the limelight, there was no one else. Jiang Pingji also sized him up. This man, whom Feng Zhen called Chongming, was about 30 years old and had a beautifully trimmed goatee. His face still looked very youthful, but his eyes carried a calmness that a young man didn't have. No matter how one looked at him, this person was much more reserved and restrained than Feng Zhen. Jiang Pingji said casually, "No need to be so polite. I just hope that you won't blame me for being an uninvited guest." No. The fact that Magistrate Lu is here is a great surprise to this commoner. Jiang Pingji wasn't familiar with the man, so she didn't deliberately intervene in their conversation. She just deliberately restrained her aura and lowered her presence. On the other side, the man secretly winked at Feng Zhen, asking with his eyes what was going on. Wasn't it just supposed to be him and Feng Zhen, and the two of them communicated harmoniously in private? Why did Feng Zhen's current lord come over? Feng Zhen smiled bitterly and pointed at the shriveled money pouch hanging on his waist. The man instantly understood. Although he understood, he still felt a little uncomfortable. For example, a man and a woman chatting on a blind date with more than a dozen friends and relatives next to them. How could they feel at ease? Jiang Pingji also realized that it was inappropriate. She simply found an excuse to go out for a walk, giving them some privacy. Your lord's aura doesn't seem like that of an ordinary person. No wonder Zixiao has such a high opinion of her, the man said. Feng Zhen was surprised. Zixiao wrote a letter to you. He did. Zixiao praised her so much in the letter, as if he was praising his own son. I've known him for so many years, but I've never seen him praise someone so hard. But at that time, I was going to try my luck with the Su brothers, so I politely declined his invitation. The man's surname was Xiao, and his first name was Guang. His courtesy name was Chongming. Feng Zhen made an "oh" sound. He wasn't surprised by Xiao Guang's choice. Xiao Guang's hometown was in Zhe County, which was the headquarters of the Su family. He would definitely favor the local power. Noble Su family, these 4 words were a golden signboard. It didn't need to deliberately bloom to attract countless bees and butterflies. It seems like your life in the Su family isn't going your way. He smiled helplessly. If it was going my way, I wouldn't be here. The Su brothers aren't bad, but they value family status too much, so I'm not very suitable for Guang. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. Coincidentally, you sent me news, so I came to give it a try. Xiao Guang wanted to become an official under the Su brothers, but they had high standards and were picky about family status. Xiao Guang was lucky enough to be chosen, but because of his lowly background, he had never been put in an important position. It was like an exquisite toy bought on the street, beautiful but useless. It was pure coincidence that he had secretly hooked up with Feng Zhen. A good man's ambition was to travel far and wide. Xiao Guang was open-minded. If one family didn't work out, he would jump to another. He wouldn't hang himself under an old locust tree. To put it in a narcissistic way, the Su brothers were blind and missed out on a bright pearl. That was their loss. With Wei Xi's flattery, Xiao Guang had a certain impression of Jiang Pingji. When he heard news, he would more or less pay attention to Lu Shi. His initial impression of her was pretty good. Now that Feng Zhen was recommending him, Xiao Guang was hesitant about whether or not he should accept the recommendation. As for Jiang Pingji's identity as a woman, it didn't affect him much. As a commoner of lowly birth, no matter how capable he was, he didn't have much capital to choose his lord. Moreover, with the recommendation of two friends, if he joined the Wanzhou group, he wouldn't have to fight alone. As long as he could stand out and fulfill his ambitions, he didn't care if his lord was a man or a woman, a dog or a human. It was a bold idea, but it could be seen that Xiao Guang was a hardworking and practical person. In other words, it was, "Don't touch that job, let me do it. Look at my lord. Is she satisfied?" Feng Zhen winked. Xiao Guang had a strange expression on his face. A woman who can go to a brothel with you, it's really hard to explain. Although Wei Xi and Feng Zhen's recommendation was very tempting, he felt that a woman who could hang out with Feng Zhen wouldn't have such a frivolous personality, right? Thinking about the losses he had suffered at the hands of Feng Zhen and Wei Xi, he always felt the urge to break into a run. Feng Zhen said, "How can my lord be an ordinary woman? What's wrong with visiting a brothel? If she doesn't come, will you pay the bill later?" Thinking back, when Jiang Pingji had abducted him, she had promised to play at public expense. Chapter 766. What do you think? Give me a definite answer so that I can pass it on to my lord, so that she won't stay out for too long and cause trouble. If Feng Zhen and Xiao Guang were a couple on a blind date, then Jiang Pingji was a group of friends and relatives. In order not to disturb their conversation, she went out to avoid arousing suspicion. Feng Zhen understood why she was doing this, so he didn't spend too much effort teasing Xiao Guang. He got straight to the point. If it was delayed for too long, who knew if his lord would cause some trouble in the brothel? This was a place where conflicts were high. If rumors spread that Lu Prefecture magistrate fought with someone over a beauty in a brothel, or the minister of the palace took his love away for the sake of a beauty, it wouldn't be pleasant to hear. If it happened to a man, it would be romantic, but if it happened to a woman, it would be a loss. After being warned by Yang Xi, Feng Zhen more or less took it in. Occasionally, he would secretly worry about Jiang Pingji's identity as a woman so that she wouldn't be taken advantage of. Xiao Guang was speechless. He struggled internally. This isn't a small matter. I should give Guang some time to think about it. Based on the current situation, Wanzhou was indeed an excellent place to go. Lu Shi's background wasn't bad. Even though he was still a long way off from the Su brothers, he was still the son of an aristocratic family with a noble background. Lu Shi's power wasn't weak. It was best if Lu Shi gave him power. If Lu Shi wasn't willing to give him power, she could sit on a state and not be empty-handed. If Xiao Guang wanted to abandon the Su family and jump ship, Jiang Pingji was indeed a good choice. The key was, if he liked her, would she like him? It wasn't that Xiao Guang felt inferior, but one had to look at one's family background to become an official. If his family background was good, he wouldn't be neglected by the Su family. With a solemn attitude, Xiao Guang asked about the situation in Wanzhou and Jiang Pingji's team structure. Don't think that his questions were nonsense. By asking these questions, he could judge and understand Jiang Pingji's character. Only then could he make a decision. Things couldn't happen again and again. Xiao Guang had abandoned the Su family and jumped ship to Lu Shi. If he still couldn't get an important position under Lu Shi and was buried because of his family background, then what was the point of him jumping ship? Was he supposed to keep kicking Lu Shi and find another family? There were still some questions that needed to be clarified. Feng Zhen could understand Xiao Guang's worries, but he didn't expose the other's attempt to test him. Instead, he went along with the other's topic of conversation and replied to them one by one. The more Xiao Guang heard, the more astonished he became, and he almost spilled the tea in his hand. Are you telling the truth? According to Feng Zhen's description, apart from Feng Jin, who was born into a good family, everyone else in the Wanzhou group was below the passing mark. From this, it could be seen that Lu Shi really did not care about one's background. He did not have to worry about this. As long as they didn't discriminate against his background, Xiao Guang felt that he would still be able to make a name for himself one day. Feng Zhen scoffed and said, how could it be fake? His lord had taken over all of Wanzhou without saying a word. She seemed to have a lot of power, but who knew who Lu Shi was before sending troops to rescue the emperor? The most she could say was, Lu Shi's son, or, like father, like son. How many geniuses could she attract with her meager wealth? Even if they were willing to come, she might not dare to accept them. After all, we're recruiting talents, not looking for ancestors for ourselves. After saying this, Feng Zhen paused and lowered his voice to speak to Xiao Guang. To put it bluntly, after sending troops to rescue the emperor, the lord's reputation should have soared. Even if she can't compete with the Su brothers, in Dongqing, there are less than 5 people whose reputation can surpass hers. It should have been a great situation, but news of the lord's identity was revealed. Let me ask you, the world despises women so much. Which geniuses from noble families would be willing to submit to a woman? Even if Dongqing was not like Zhongzhou, where the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women was rampant, it was still affected to a certain extent. Not to mention the current era, which was becoming stricter and stricter, even if it was traced back to the early days of the Xia dynasty, weren't there also people who made up all sorts of scandals about the ancestor of the Su family, Master Su? Don't underestimate these seemingly harmless scandals. They were in themselves disdainful and belittling of Master Su. Those who attacked Master Su never used the reason of Master Su's lack of ability, it was simply because she was a woman. Even now, it was still the same. In many people's eyes, gender was the original sin, which had nothing to do with ability. Xiao Guang looked hesitant and asked in a low voice, "Zi sure, if you tell Guang all this, you," Feng Zhen snorted and laughed. The icing on the cake will never be as good as providing timely help. Using the Lord's crude words, today, you can ignore me, but tomorrow, you won't be able to reach me. The world scolds her for being a sissy, but who knows if she will ascend to the throne in the future. Now that you have nowhere to go, why not take a gamble? With the Lord's temperament, she will definitely not disappoint you. Xiao Guang felt as if his worldview had been completely changed. Could it be that you, like those ordinary people, believe that she can't do great things? Feng Zhen asked again. Xiao Guang secretly rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "We've been friends for many years, how can you not understand Guang? Male or female, human or dog, to Guang, what difference does it make? How would others know what it feels like to be restricted in every way because of one's background?" Feng Zhen and Wei Xi's recommendation was too tempting. How could Xiao Guang not be tempted? To put it bluntly, the choice was in other people's hands, not his. Xiao Guang's temperament was like that, which was also why Wei Xi and Feng Zhen came to him one after another. After settling Xiao Guang, Jiang Pingji naturally didn't have to continue loitering outside. Did the Lord have a romantic encounter? Why are you smiling so happily? Feng Zhen looked at the smiling Jiang Pingji and asked with a dirty mouth. I didn't have a romantic encounter, but I met a beautiful woman with a beautiful face. I heard that she will be combing her hair today. Jiang Pingji's face was full of excitement. It wasn't just her, the bullet screen in the streaming room was full of content praising the beauty, one after another overwhelming. The corner of Feng Zhen's mouth twitched slightly, while Xiao Guang was dumbfounded. Was the new boss in front of him a man or a woman? What was combing? The original meaning was to use a wooden comb to comb the hair together and then tie a knot on the top of the head to signify the end of a girl's life. The meaning was obvious, it was hinting at the favor of a prostitute receiving a customer for the first time. If it was a man, it would be fine, but the new boss was a real woman. Jiang Pingji restrained the expression on her face and turned her gaze to Xiao Guang. Feng Zhen immediately understood and said a few words of introduction. Although the three of them had reached a consensus that Xiao Guang was going to jump ship and Jiang Pingji was going to poach Su Bei, they still had to put on a show. So, Chongming is really willing to give up his current future and lend me a helping hand. Xiao Guang bowed and said, I hope that the Lord will not give up. In this life, I will do my best to assist the Lord. Chapter 767. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Guang's forte was not in strategizing. His intelligence was higher than the average person's, but if he wanted to compete with a black-hearted person like Feng Zhen, he was still too inexperienced. Feng Zhen had poached him and recommended him to Jiang Pingji because Xiao Guang was a relatively unpopular talent. He specialized in water conservancy and minored in Moism. It was no wonder that Xiao Guang had never been put in an important position by the Su brothers. The Su family was rooted in Zhe County, which was a fertile land with abundant rainfall but not flooding. Ordinary people could handle simple tasks, but Xiao Guang had no chance to display his skills for the slightly more difficult tasks. He was of little value. On the other hand, Jiang Pingji definitely needed Xiao Guang. Last year, Wanzhou had experienced a great drought. If Jiang Pingji hadn't discovered it early and taken preventive measures, who knew how many innocent people would have died of thirst and how much fertile land would have been wasted? There would have been no harvest, and the whole year would have been difficult. Feng Zhen's swing of the hoe this time was too accurate. With a swing of the hoe, he had poached the talent she needed the most. The atmosphere was harmonious. Jiang Pingji didn't put on any airs. She didn't make people think she was easy to bully, but she also didn't make people think she was unreachable. After a round of conversation, Xiao Guang was secretly surprised. In his eyes, the Su brothers were already rare geniuses among the younger generation. However, they still had a small flaw that was unavoidable for the descendants of landowning households. They were proud of their noble bloodline and looked down on those with poor backgrounds. It was extremely rare for them to lower their statuses and open their hearts to others. If only the Su brothers were like this, in the eyes of others, they would probably receive the evaluation of little princesses with so many flaws. Unfortunately, the general atmosphere was like this. It was normal for them to look down on others. Those poor bastards who wanted to stand out had wishful thinking. To put it in a vulgar way, they weren't called princess soldiers, they were little princesses. In Xiao Guang's opinion, Jiang Pingji was also a noble son of noble birth, a noble daughter. Regardless of whether she was a noble son or a noble daughter, even if she was a meritorious person, she should still have the arrogance and nobility of a gentry family in her bones. After some interaction, he realized that Jiang Pingji wasn't difficult to get along with. He even had the urge to get close to her. She was amiable but wouldn't make people look down on or offend her. She was noble but wouldn't make people feel unapproachable. In short, this was a rather non-mainstream aristocratic family. Xiao Guang still had eyes. Whether it was an act or sincere, he had a balance in his heart and could clearly distinguish it. In this way, he didn't feel the slightest bit of psychological pressure when he called Jiang Pingji his lord. Jiang Pingji ordered many delicacies, and the three of them ate until they were almost full. She looked at the empty space beside them and asked, "Should I call 2 people over to serve me? Don't forget where they are." It would be too formal if they didn't call the dancers over. The 2 men fell silent at the same time. Once again, they confirmed that their lord was a woman. visiting a brothel. Why was he even more open-minded than the two of them? You don't want to. It's rare for me to treat you. If you're wrong, there won't be a next time. Feng Zhen didn't hold back anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned quite a few beauties. He even asked Jiang Pingji about them. It's a pity that this isn't the south courtyard. Otherwise, my lord would have ordered two as well. The so-called south courtyard was a male version of a brothel, a place where men were sold. The young masters inside were the prostitutes. Jiang Pingji raised her eyelids. No need. You guys can have fun. Feng Zhen was a shameless person. He didn't know what it meant to be reserved. Xiao Guang had just joined, so he was more reserved. More importantly, there was a female lord staring at him. If he hugged a flower lady, he would feel uncomfortable. Feng Zhen ordered a few songs and dances in a row. He was fascinated. Jiang Pingji's fingers nimbly played with the wine cup in her hand. She glanced at the sky outside and the corners of her lips curled up. There are a few beauties grooming today. Are you interested in watching? Feng Zhen watched the beauties dance without blinking. Without turning his head, he said, yes. Xiao Guang was speechless. He felt like he was dreaming. Even the male lords didn't have the face to say such things. Why was his new lord so bold and unrestrained? And Feng Zhen, why were you so shameless? Then go take a look. Maybe we'll have a romantic night together. As she said this, a strange look flashed in Jiang Pingji's eyes. Feng Zhen and Xiao Guang didn't notice. Once again, Xiao Guang felt that his new lord was a little speechless. The brothel wasn't small. This time, there were 9 beauties, all between 14 and 16 years old. Looking at the young girl on the stage, the viewers in the live stream felt a little heavy. In the past, when Jiang Pingji visited brothels, she had encountered beauties grooming. The viewers could only watch, unable to save them. Feng Zhen said in a low voice, "This brothel is interesting. After such a big commotion, they can still do something like this." Prince Changshuo's army attacked the imperial city of Qinzhou. They burned, killed, and looted. The entire imperial city was engulfed in the flames of war. Although the Alliance army had stabilized the situation, they couldn't change the fact that the people were living in poverty. This brothel had survived the disaster and even produced so many beauties at once. It was really impressive. Jiang Pingji curled her lips and said, "I see a girl up there looking at you." Feng Zhen noticed it too. The young courtesan girl who had been looking at him shyly was dressed in pink. She was about 15 or 16 years old. Her face was still a little immature, but she already had a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. She was young, but her figure was curvaceous. She was not that hot and mature, but rather a little immature, somewhere between mature and immature. She stood there alone, and the 8 people around her immediately fell to the ground. She was the center of attention. Now, the center of attention was secretly looking at Feng Zhen. Feng Zhen said proudly, "She's still as charming as before." "Young lady, you have good taste." Jiang Pingji chuckled. "Sure, I see that your house is empty. You don't have a considerate person to take care of you. Why don't you buy one?" Jiang Pingji's eyes were filled with malice and mockery. She suggested to Feng Zhen, "They're all young girls. If they stay in such a filthy place, I don't know what will happen to them. If you buy one, even if you don't give her a title, she can be your personal maid to take care of you." Based on what she said, she could be considered the best lord in the 5 countries. How can my lord make fun of others? Feng Zhen shivered and begged for mercy. The naughty children at home are already enlightened. I really shouldn't harm young girls. I appreciate my lord's kind intentions, but I can't accept them. How could Feng Zhen not know Jiang Pingji's temperament? Similarly, how could Jiang Pingji not know Feng Zhen's temperament? Feng Zhen liked young ladies, but they should be mature and charming young ladies. He'd never touched these kinds of unripe fruits. It wasn't the first time that the two of them had colluded to drink in a brothel. How could his lord not know what he liked? He only liked mature ladies. He didn't like young girls. Chapter 768. If one didn't understand Feng Zhen, they might think that he was a gentleman, but in reality, even the audience in the streaming room saw through his tricks. Uncle loves Loli. This is definitely the funniest joke I've heard today. Feng Zhen doesn't want the fat meat that's right in front of him. Young beauty royal sister, that lady is so pretty. She'll mature in another 2 years. She'll be as pretty as Sister Hui Jun. Feng Zhen actually said he didn't like her. Streamer, did the sun rise from the west on your side? Has Feng Zhen changed his mind? Zuizhen Beishijing, I'd rather believe that the sun rises from the west than believe that Feng Zhen will change his preferences. Gui Kai Guo Fengxiu, a prodigal son is a prodigal son. I don't believe that he'll repent. He must be playing hard to get. Faced with the questioning and ridicule on the screen, Jiang Pingji smiled and teased Feng Zhen. Didn't you complain that you don't have anyone close to you? Jiang Pingji bluntly exposed Feng Zhen's disguise and said bluntly, now that I've agreed to find you one, why are you acting so reserved? Do you want to be a saint who doesn't lust after women? I'm telling you, this won't happen again. I'm in a good mood today. If you want the girl up there, I'll buy her. If you don't want it, don't make a fuss in the future. Feng Zhen frowned. He knew Jiang Pingji. The lord in front of him had a black heart. When had she ever been so generous? She was so stingy that she wouldn't even give him a break. How could she reward him with a beauty? Feng Zhen frowned. He realized that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Do you want it? Jiang Pingji smiled and leaned against the table. She supported her chin with one hand and held a wine cup in the other. Her eyes carried a hint of mockery. Feng Zhen gathered his thoughts and secretly gritted his teeth. He smiled and agreed. It's rare for my lord to spend money. Of course I can't miss it. But with such an outstanding beauty, I'm afraid the price of combing her hair won't be low. He wanted to see what his lord was up to this time. Jiang Pingji teased him lazily, Zisher has done me a great service and recommended me well. It's just a beauty. How can it be considered spending money? Not to mention one, even if you want all 9 on the round table, as long as you think you can handle it, I don't mind buying all of them for you. Feng Zhen, he didn't even like one loli, let alone 9. Don't be fooled by his unrestrained private life, it wasn't that he didn't have principles. He shook his head seriously and said, my lord, please don't joke with me. With my body, I still need to take care of it. I can't withstand any torment. In order to avoid Jiang Pingji's dirty tricks, he started to defame himself and said that he couldn't do it anymore. Jiang Pingji knew when to stop. She pointed at the beautiful girl in the middle and said, no matter how I look, this girl is the most beautiful. Which man doesn't like good-looking women? Zisher is also my right-hand man, so he should be matched with the most beautiful woman. How about choosing her? Feng Zhen agreed with a smile on his face, but on the inside, he was frowning fiercely. He felt a little uneasy. How could he not know what kind of person his lord was? The more this person was like this, the more uneasy he felt. The unknown always made people nervous. Feng Zhen couldn't guess Jiang Pingji's intentions, so he could only focus on dealing with it. He was not a fool. How could he believe Jiang Pingji's words? If she was really considerate of her subordinates and wanted to show her kindness, she could just let everyone have a break. Why would she need to send beauties? He was afraid that she was a demon in the skin of a beauty. Of the 9 artists, only the one in the middle has the most beautiful appearance. Xiao Guang didn't know what was going on and agreed. He secretly sighed at the good relationship between Jiang Pingji and Feng Zhen. He felt more and more satisfied. My lord has good taste. You picked the best one at a glance. Jiang Pingji smiled and asked Xiao Guang, does Chongguang want to choose one as well? Seeing that the fire was about to burn him, Xiao Guang smiled bitterly and declined. I have wives and concubines at home. They've been together for many years. I can't bear to add another person. Xiao Guang thought to himself, not only can I not add another person now, I can't casually add another person in the future. My lord is a woman. Why would she like to see her subjects have multiple wives and concubines? Feng Zhen's situation was special. He didn't have a wife or concubine in his backyard. It was normal for my lord to bestow another person. As they spoke, the artists on the stage appeared one by one. Other than the one with the best looks, the other 8 weren't bad looking either. There were all kinds of them, each with their own characteristics, and they attracted a lot of hot gazes. Lively and cute, sweet and charming, pure and quiet, steady and generous, elegant and elegant. Their looks were limited by their age and hadn't fully developed, but one could already see the charm they would have in a few years. To put it simply, the beauties in the palace were nothing more than this. The young artists with braided hair were all wearing black wedding dresses. The guest who offered the highest price would be her groom for the night. The rich and the nobles were competing with each other. The pimp who was the MC on the stage was so happy that she could only see her teeth. The artists were ranked according to their social status and appearance. The most ordinary ones were ranked first, and the best ones were ranked last. Without a doubt, the beautiful girl who attracted everyone's attention was the most precious jewel of the night. A storm of blood was about to start. Looking at the final prices of the artists in front, Feng Zhen's brows furrowed even tighter. Something was wrong. According to this price, the last lady will cost at least 200,000 strings of coins. My lord, Jiang Pingji was generous to her subordinates and gave them generous benefits, but she didn't like to waste them. She was generous to her subordinates because they deserved the salary. It was an equivalent exchange. But this girl in front of him. Other than her good looks, what else could attract Jiang Pingji to spend so much money to bid for her? If his lord was a man, he could understand. Spending a lot of money for a beauty was a romantic thing to do. But the lord was a woman. It was ridiculous to spend so much money just to buy a courtesan to serve her counselor. Wait, there's no hurry. Jiang Pingji smiled and drank a cup of wine, indicating for Feng Zhen to not be anxious. I'll definitely let you be the groom tonight. The beauty won't fall into the arms of others. Your lord is quite reliable at times like this. Don't panic. Feng Zhen was speechless. He would rather his lord not be so reliable. After a few rounds of intense bidding, the atmosphere of the grooming ceremony reached its peak. The pimp was wearing heavy makeup that day. She looked as if she was marrying off her daughter. Well, for the pimp of a brothel, holding a grooming ceremony for her subordinates was in itself another way of marrying off her daughter. The strange thing was, the 8th artist had already finished her bidding, but the 9th artist still hadn't moved. The guests below the stage had some strange reactions. Chapter 769. A girl from a brothel naturally couldn't be the wife of a high official or a rich man. The brothel keeper had to settle for the next best thing, a concubine, and she'd even promised 1,000 gold coins. As soon as she said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Miss Huan passionately. Someone asked, I wonder who Miss Huan has taken a liking to. As soon as the question was asked, Huan shyly glanced in Fengzhen's direction. Fengzhen shuddered involuntarily, feeling weak all over. He didn't like young girls like her. When he used to wander around the red light district, he'd always found mature, beautiful women who understood the ways of the world. At least they wouldn't easily go easy on their benefactors. If it was a young girl like her, things would be different. Fengzhen didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Being young and immature meant that she had little experience and would easily go easy on people. Jiang Pingji teased him from the side. She's looking at you. She's obviously interested in you. Fengzhen gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "My lord, please don't tease me, she doesn't want a single cent of your money. Instead, she's bringing 1,000 gold coins to be your concubine. You're not moved at all." Xiao Guang was surprised, but what surprised him even more was that his lord had already predicted this scene. Fengzhen said righteously, "I'm not moved." While he was resisting the peach blossom that had been delivered to his doorstep, the other guests were also in an uproar. They didn't understand why a beautiful girl would take a liking to a poor middle-aged man who had a woman by his side. To put it bluntly, the man's eye bags were swollen and he had dark circles around his eyes. He was obviously weak. How could he satisfy a young and beautiful girl? The girl was young and immature. How could they let such a beautiful girl marry such an unreliable, ordinary man? Seeing that a beautiful flower was about to be stuck in a pile of cow dung, someone stood up to object. "Miss Huan, you're so beautiful. Why would you take a liking to such a poor, ordinary man?" "That's right. He even has a female companion by his side. He's obviously not the one to entrust his life to." On the stage, Lady Huan raised her fan and covered her face slightly. She walked in front of Fengzhen with dignified steps, completely shattering Fengzhen's dream that Lady Huan had taken a liking to Xiao Guang. She bowed slightly and looked at Fengzhen with a burning gaze. "I am of lowly birth and know that I am not worthy of you. However, I am still delusional and hope that you will take pity on me and grant me my wish. Even if I don't have a title, I will gladly endure it." Fengzhen smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "My wife's great hospitality is something that I cannot accept. To tell you the truth, I am nearly 30 this year, and I have a child at home who is just starting out. It would not be good for me to delay you. Now that you are still in your prime, you will naturally find someone who will treat you sincerely." Huan bit her red lips, which were illuminated by the candlelight, and her eyes were watery. "I truly love you, Lang Jun. No matter how many wives, concubines, and children you have in your family, even if I can only be a lowly concubine or not, as long as I can be by your side, I have no regrets." Fengzhen, there was something wrong with the script. Jiang Pingji smiled and covered her mouth. "Since she likes you so much and has fallen in love with you at first sight, just accept her." Fengzhen secretly cursed in his heart. His lord was obviously waiting for a good show. Xiao Guang also egged on from the side, laughing at Fengzhen's embarrassment at being teased. Fengzhen secretly took a deep breath. Even though others envied him for being able to win the heart of a beauty, who knew how frustrated he felt inside? Not to mention anything else, just his lord's behavior alone made him feel very perturbed. More importantly, Huan had obviously come prepared, and her target was him alone. Normally, no matter how much love at first sight, seeing that there was a beautiful woman by the man's side, one would have some reservations and wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to stick close to him. But Huan hadn't looked at Jiang Pingji at all, as if she already knew of her existence. Fengzhen didn't mind making a bold guess. Huan already knew of his lord's identity, and she also knew of his identity. A beauty throwing herself at him might not necessarily be a blessing in love. Fengzhen was displeased, but he secretly saw the look in Jiang Pingji's eyes. He endured it and finally gave in to reality. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you, Juan. It was obvious that this was a tacit agreement. Juan looked bashful. With the help of the brothel keeper, she went upstairs to the bridal chamber to wait for Feng Zhen. No matter how displeased the other guests were, they couldn't simply show their anger. The atmosphere was relatively peaceful. Jiang Pingji and the other two returned to the private room. As expected, the brothel keeper sent someone to deliver the dowry. She opened the box and took out the high-quality gold ingot. She had a chilling smile on her face. Go. Tonight's groom, your bride, is waiting for you. Don't keep her waiting. Feng Zhen's expression darkened. He asked in a low voice, what does my lord mean? She knew what Juan was planning from the start, yet she still pushed him into the fire pit. It was obvious that she wasn't making him the groom, but rather a lab rat. Jiang Pingji said, don't worry. Just treat it as a blessing and love. Just accept it. Even though Feng Zhen was a playboy, he wasn't completely unscrupulous. Even if Juan had ulterior motives, he couldn't not know the truth and sleep with her for no reason. Yet his lord kept him guessing and didn't want to tell him the truth. Since you're so curious, go find out the truth yourself. Feng Zhen took a deep breath and looked at the gold ingots worriedly. I'm afraid I'll lose myself before I can get anything out of her. Jiang Pingji teased him playfully. Don't worry. Tonight is your wedding night. I'll guard the door for you. If she wants to harm you, just scream and I'll rush in to protect your chastity. Feng Zhen's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to kill his lord. Could it be a honey trap? Xiao Guang chewed on peanuts. Is she using this to sow discord between my lord and Zisher? To seek other benefits? Feng Zhen said, it doesn't seem like it. If it's a honey trap, the price is too high. Who would be willing to waste a 26-year-old beauty on him? You'll know once you go take a look. Jiang Pingji continued to urge him. I'll disguise myself as a manservant and follow you in. Feng Zhen said helplessly, fine, that's all we can do for now. She had an unreliable lord, and her subordinates were even willing to sell their male charms. According to the rules of the brothel, Feng Zhen changed his clothes. He looked like a bridegroom. In the wedding room, the beauty had already dressed up. The air was filled with a sweet scent. Putting down the circular fan, Juan saw Jiang Pingji behind Feng Zhen. Her expression froze. She asked timidly, Lang Jun, this person? Feng Zhen said heroically, she's just a manservant. You don't have to care about her. Otherwise, you'll miss the night. Jiang Pingji made her face look very ordinary. The audience in the streaming room sighed. Jiang Pingji wasn't putting on makeup. She was obviously changing her face. Juan didn't continue talking about the manservant. She and Feng Zhen went through the procedure one by one. Just as they were about to drink the nuptial wine, a peanut hit the soft part of his waist. Feng Zhen was so shocked that his whole body trembled. He frowned and touched the edge of the peanut with his lips. He didn't touch the wine and put it down. Chapter 770. Why didn't he drink? Feng Zhen smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to drink. It was his lord who warned him not to touch it. However, he couldn't say that out loud. He thought for a moment and found a reason. It's not that I don't drink, it's just that I don't drink enough. Feng Zhen put down the gourd and said seriously, I've been weak and sickly since birth. I've been taking good care of myself for many years and have only gotten better in recent years. I shouldn't drink too much alcohol or meat to avoid triggering the root of my illness and scaring Juan. He explained it so clearly that Juan Er's complexion improved. However, only she knew what she was thinking. Did he really drink the nuptial wine? Huan Er's expression didn't change. Her face was full of adoration for Fengzhen, but her voice was unusually cold. After a while, a dry mechanical voice sounded in Huan Er's mind. No, the puppet venomous insect didn't respond. The puppet venomous insect, as the name suggested, could hide in a person's brain and control their words and actions without them realizing it. Huan Er wanted to use a normal loyalty talisman to control Fengzhen, but his brain was much stronger than normal people's. Normal loyalty talismans wouldn't work on him at all. It wasn't just Fengzhen. Almost all difficult tacticians couldn't be controlled by normal loyalty talismans. As for the unusual loyalty talisman, she didn't want to waste it on Fengzhen, so she could only settle for something else. She searched the system store for a long time and finally found the puppet venomous insect. Not only did she want to use the puppet venomous insect to control Fengzhen, but she also wanted to use him to get close to Jiang Pingji and find a chance to plant a level 9 loyalty talisman on her. Hearing the system's feedback, Huan didn't show it on the surface, but she was already gnashing her teeth in anger. Fengzhen didn't drink. Lang Jun, the night of spring is short. Don't waste it. Huan Er put down the gourd and walked to Fengzhen's side on her knees. Her delicate hands covered his right hand and gently placed it on her lapel. She lowered her eyes and leaned her delicate body in Fengzhen's arms. She guided his hand to untie the belt around her waist. Her clothes were gently removed, revealing her fair shoulders. Lang Jun, am I beautiful? Her plump red lips moved slightly. Her gaze was full of tenderness, as if there were thousands of stars twinkling in them. If it was someone else, they would have been moved by her gaze. Fengzhen still didn't react. Instead, he smiled and glanced at the beautiful woman in his arms. Very beautiful, the most beautiful I've ever seen in my life. He praised and tried to pull his hand back. At this time, there was some movement at his waist, and then there was the rustling sound of someone untying his belt. My wife Huan Er, it's still early, since she's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, why aren't you moved at all? What else could Fengzhen say? His private life was very unrestrained, but he knew very well what kind of woman he could mess with and what kind of woman he should avoid. Obviously, the beautiful girl in front of him belonged to the latter. Even though Fengzhen still didn't know her background, the flaws she had revealed were enough to make him tense up. My heart is swaying, how can I not be moved? Fengzhen's mouth was saying sweet nothings, but his heart was crying bitterly. What was going on? If the Lord did not make a move, would he really have to take a spear and go into battle and lose his innocence? Since you're moved, why don't you take me? The candlelight in the room flickered, and the air was filled with a sweet and flirtatious smell. Under Huan Er's passionate and bold invitation, Fengzhen's hand was forced to rest inside her belly band. Well, she wasn't old, but her belly band was full of material. But when he thought of the Lord watching from outside, Fengzhen couldn't summon any of his romantic thoughts. He felt bitter. He wanted to break free but couldn't, so he could only be teased. Little did he know that someone was envious of his luck with women. This person was none other than the people in the streaming room who didn't mind watching the show. Motua Josher, TSK, I feel like the entire streaming room is going to turn yellow. Is the streamer planning to broadcast a fight between demons in real time? Shimo Nyenyen, I hope not. Otherwise, the entire streaming room will become vulgar. Li Wushuang, I don't think so. The streamer has her principles. What was Jiang Pingji doing now? She wasn't paying attention to the bullet screen in her own streaming room. She was looking at the bullet screen in Huan Er's streaming room. Did anyone know why she was able to discover Huan Er's true identity every time? With such a big screen in the streaming room, if she couldn't figure it out, wouldn't she be blind? Of course, even if the other party turned off the streaming room, Jiang Pingji would still be able to discover it immediately. After all, she had left a spiritual seal in Huan Er's body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to get close to her without anyone noticing. Feng Zhen was able to enjoy such good luck with women mostly thanks to the audience in Huan Er's streaming room. If it weren't for the audience's generous spending, missions, and rewards, encouraging Huan Er to broadcast the fight between her and Feng Zhen, Huan might not have taken the initiative to do so. Not long after, Huan Er's clothes were half taken off, revealing her long, slender legs. Her shoulders were exposed to the air, and her clothes were in a mess. Lang Jun, take a concubine. Her hoarse voice was filled with lust. Even Feng Zhen felt his bones go weak when he heard this. This. It's still early, Feng Zhen stuttered, trying to stall for time. He didn't know that the bullet screen in Huan Er's streaming room was already filled with curses. Such a lively beauty with her clothes half taken off in front of him, no matter what kind of man he was, would he be able to hold himself back? He would have already pounced on her and ripped off the clothes that were in the way, and the two of them would have sexed together. Feng Zhen, on the other hand, was still stuttering and stalling at this juncture. He was clearly a eunuch who couldn't handle sex. Feng Zhen, who was suspected of being a eunuch, had no words to express his bitterness. His lord watched coldly from the side. Under such circumstances, he was still able to mobilize his troops. He admired him for being a real man. In the end, he could only use his strength to push the woman in his arms away. Huan Er wasn't prepared and was really pushed away. She rolled on the ground twice. My lord, stop watching the show. Help! Feng Zhen pushed her away, turned around, and ran towards the door. The audience in the streaming room was stunned. What happened? Huan Er was also stunned for a while, but she quickly reacted. Her face turned cold. Who was Feng Zhen's lord? Lu Shi. Lu Shi had actually followed her. Huan Er's eyes were filled with hatred. She stared coldly at the servant not far away. Feng Zhen was hiding behind the servant. You're here to ruin my plans again. Jiang Pingji crossed her arms and said, I can't let my most important subordinate be tormented by you. I can only follow you to watch the show. When Feng Zhen heard this, he felt that something was amiss. My lord, you know this person. Jiang Pingji said, during the Sun Assembly, I used the ceremonial tablet to dismember the guy in front of you. Chapter 771. How could his face not turn green? How could a person who had been dismembered by his lord appear here as a prostitute in a brothel? It was like a ghost story. Is this woman a ghost? Feng Zhen recalled the encounter just now and felt goosebumps all over his body. She's a living person, but she has some ghostly abilities. Even after death, she can come back to life. Why are you so afraid? What did she mean by, even after death, she can come back to life? Coming back to life was already strange enough, let alone coming back to life after being dismembered. Feng Zhen didn't know what to say. His lord was so tough, but he was different. He was a coward. My lord, you're such a good lord. My lord, you must be joking. I'm just a mortal, how could I not be afraid? He had lived for almost 30 years, and this was his first time seeing a demon. It was already a miracle that he didn't lose his soul in fear. You're afraid too. I really can't tell. If it weren't for me keeping an eye on you, perhaps you would have already fallen in love with her and forgotten yourself. Jiang Pingji stared at Huan Er's movements as she teased Feng Zhen. His face looked like it had been painted green. Thinking about that demon begging in his arms, Fengzhen felt his stomach churn and he almost vomited. On the other side, Huaner glared at Jiang Pingji with hatred in her eyes. Lu Shi, one day, I will tear you to pieces. Jiang Pingji chuckled. You said one day, but it won't be today. Faced with such mockery, Huaner's face turned green. Her previous 3 experiences told her that Jiang Pingji's combat ability was terrifying. She had no chance of escaping. Should she use the death escape again? The pain before death surfaced in her mind, and her body subconsciously shivered. If not for the system's insistence, she wouldn't even want to appear in front of Jiang Pingji. She asked the system with a guarded expression, but her heart trembled. System, give me an idea. Do you want me to die? The system wanted to play dead and not answer, but it reluctantly said, Lu Shi is strong, but Fengzhen is different. If death is certain, you can consider using Fengzhen to restrain Lu Shi. If that doesn't work, you can still put the level 9 loyalty talisman into Fengzhen's body. The rank 9 loyalty talisman only costs 25 million popularity points, but you'll need 1 billion or more to revive once. Every time she revived, she would need to borrow at least 100,000 popularity points. That was enough for her to buy 40 grade 9 loyalty talismans. Thinking of this debt, Lady Huaner's face turned ashen. She had died several times before because of the high price of the 9th grade loyalty talisman. Instead, she had paid the price of death. If he had known this earlier, he would have used a few more 9th grade loyalty talismans. Perhaps his situation would have been much better than it was now. What is this? Jiang Pingji frowned. She noticed that there was a strange layer of mental energy in Huaner's hands. I'll make you the most obedient lackey. For safety reasons, she even bought a few life substitution puppet cards from the system. This thing was very useful. If it weren't for the help of the life substitution puppet card, she would have been assassinated by Xie Qian. As she finished speaking, Huaner didn't care that her clothes were half undone. In a flash, she approached Jiang Pingji. Under Fengzhen's horrified gaze, Huaner's 10 fingernails eerily elongated until they were 3 inches long. They were silvery white and extremely sharp. With a wave of her hand, 10 silvery white shadows were left in the air. The sight of them made people tremble and panic. Jiang Pingji was already familiar with her routine. She was about to kill him, but the attack that was supposed to land on a fatal spot deviated strangely. Huaner's heart went cold. Jiang Pingji had crushed a life substitution puppet with her bare hands. The system instructed in her mind, draw Lu Shi's attention away first, then focus on Fengzhen. He won't be able to react in time. Huaner cursed under her breath. She knew what to do. What was the point of the system's advice now? Fengzhen secretly wiped his sweat as he retreated from the battlefield. He could tell that if he continued to stay there, he would only cause trouble for his lord. It was better to leave so that she wouldn't have to restrain herself. Seeing that the last life substitution puppet had been destroyed, Huaner suddenly twisted her body. She was supposed to be charging at Jiang Pingji, but now she was charging at Fengzhen. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Jiang Pingji had anticipated this. She moved in front of her and blocked the attack. Unexpectedly, the attack didn't hurt. Her right arm was just a little numb. Jiang Pingji wasn't the only one who was shocked. Huaner's expression changed from shock to ecstasy. But her joy didn't last long. Her left chest was pierced through by a hand from front to back. Her eyes quickly dimmed. Fengzhen scrambled to his feet. My lord, bring the lamp over. Fengzhen did as he was told. He fetched the undamaged candle and handed it to Jiang Pingji. He watched helplessly as his lord dripped oil on the corpse, covered it with a few flammable cloths, poured oil on the cloths, and finally lit them on fire. Was this the rhythm of burning the corpse? This demon is completely dead. The last time we dismembered her body, someone even fed her body to the wolves. Not even her bones were left, but didn't she come back to life in the end? Fengzhen shuddered when he heard this. Let's go back first. I'll tell you in detail later. Seeing that the corpse was already burning, Jiang Pingji carried Fengzhen and jumped down from the second floor through the window. She picked a quiet room. Just now, that demon seemed to have hit my lord's arm with something. Fengzhen recalled Huan Er's words about turning you into the most obedient dog. He felt a little uneasy. I was indeed hit. That thing should be a spiritual mark that can forcibly control a person's soul. You won't understand even if I tell you. All you need to know is that once you're hit by it, you'll become an obedient puppet. TSK, it looks so ugly. Jiang Pingji pulled up the sleeve of her right arm. There was a large, strange, black mark on her fair arm. My lord, Jiang Pingji snickered. I got hit on purpose. Why are you panicking? When she finished speaking, the black mark on Jiang Pingji's arm seemed to come to life. It scrambled to the back of her hand and palm. Inexplicably, Fengzhen felt a sense of pitifulness. On purpose. Including this time, I've killed her 4 times. The demon's target is me, but she's too stupid and fell into my hands 4 times in a row. Now she's become smarter and knows to target the people around me. I can guarantee that she can't hurt me, but I can't guarantee that she won't seize the opportunity to hurt the people around me. I've stopped playing with this thing a long time ago. I can't believe she still treats it like a treasure. Fengzhen fell silent. Even so, it's not enough for my lord to personally take the risk. Jiang Pingji lifted her eyelids lazily. Only when I fall for it will she continue to target me and attack for the 5th time. If she returns without success this time, she'll only go into hiding and plot something else. This time it's you. Who will it be next time? I can defend myself once, but I can't defend myself a 2nd or 3rd time. Rather than that, it's better for her to continue targeting me and kill me every time she attacks. There was one more thing she didn't say. Not only was she worried that the time traveler would target her subordinates, but she was even more worried that the time traveler would hide away. Chapter 772. Fengzhen knew that he couldn't change Jiang Pingji's mind, so he said helplessly, I've heard that demons are also a type of living creature. She's targeted you multiple times. Perhaps there's some kind of entanglement that no one else knows about. My lord, should we send someone to investigate so that we can learn more about ourselves and our enemy? Jiang Pingji tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped it around her right hand to hide the black marks. As she wrapped it around her hand, she said, There's no need. It's just a ghost. Why would we need to mobilize so many people? It's not like I have too much time on my hands to waste my energy on investigating someone like this. If she's not afraid of death, she can come at us. I guarantee that she won't be able to return. Her time was precious. It was already good enough that she could spare some time to deal with the transmigrator woman. How could she possibly spare any time to deal with her? If the transmigrator woman continued to work hard, she would be in the mood to keep her company. Fengzhen laughed bitterly. His lord's combat ability was already comparable to that of a ghost. Ordinary warriors could only look up to her. If we leave just like that, what should we do with that demon's corpse? Fengzhen frowned when he heard the commotion coming from the 2nd floor. Most of the houses were made of wood. If the demon's corpse was allowed to burn, the entire building might be affected. Jiang Pingji's answer dispelled his worries. It's fine. My opponent and I are fighting already. Someone outside heard the commotion and rushed over. Furthermore, that person's corpse was placed in an open space. The fire won't spread for a while, so it won't be a big deal. Just as Jiang Pingji predicted, people quickly came in with basins of water and drenched the entire room. When the fire was extinguished, they finally found a skeleton from the messy scene of the fire. Seeing the charred skeleton lying on the ground, the group carefully examined the black accessories beside the body. They confirmed that the person who was burned was Huan Er, and they were all horrified. Tonight was supposed to be the wedding night of a beautiful couple. How could a fire break out without a sound and burn such a beautiful woman to death? In an instant, the entire brothel was filled with an aura of fear. Everyone was panicking. Report to the authorities. Report to the authorities right now. Someone's dead. Who exactly caused the death of Huan Er's wife? How utterly devoid of conscience. Beautiful women are unfortunate. I don't know which bastard would be so ruthless to even lay his hands on such a peerless beauty. The sounds of discussion continued. The onlookers gathered outside the boudoir and craned their necks to look inside. They could barely see the messy scene after the fire. It was a horrifying sight. Many of the guests recalled Lady Huan Er's heavenly beauty and sighed inwardly. If Lady Huan had chosen them as her husband tonight, they would not have mistreated her, nor would they have allowed her to die. However, no matter how much of a pity they felt, such a peerless beauty had already perished beyond the heavens and would be hard to find again. They all agreed that Huan Er's husband, Feng Zhen, had killed her. No matter how hard the crowd searched, it was as if Feng Zhen and his group had vanished from the face of the earth. At this time, a strange cold wind blew in the brothel, causing everyone's clothes to flutter, and they almost couldn't open their eyes. Ah! Monster! Monster! There's a monster! A shrill and terrified scream came from the second floor. The brothel keeper ran over with her thugs, and when she saw clearly, she was so shocked that she fell to the ground. The skeleton that had been burnt to a pitch-black skeleton actually stood up shakily. The dirty color faded from the pitch-black bones and was quickly replaced by clean, bright red muscles and nerves. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dried corpse actually recovered its flesh and blood. Its skin was transparent, and the flowing blood vessels and beating heart could be seen clearly with the naked eye. After another breath's time, the transparent skin became tender and snow-white again. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the corpse had turned from a skeleton into a living, naked beauty. Her hair was as black as a cloud, and other than her hair, eyelashes, and eyebrows, her body was completely bare. Not a single strand of hair could be seen on her body. Her skin was white and translucent, like a beautiful piece of jade. She was so gentle and delicate that people couldn't bear to put their hands on her. Unfortunately, in the face of such a heavenly beauty, the onlookers who witnessed the entire process couldn't muster up any romantic thoughts. Monster! Someone took a few steps back in fear, and then sat on the ground on his butt. A foul smell came from his crotch, and the wet urine was everywhere. Suddenly, the monster opened her eyes. The crowd didn't dare to look her in the eye, and started to run away in a panic. Those who didn't run were mostly too scared to run. Seeing this, the monster sneered coldly, "Cowards." With a wave of her hand, she tore off the tattered cloth that hadn't been completely burnt, and used it to cover her private parts. Then, she jumped through the window and disappeared. Monster, monster! Seeing this, the brothel keeper was so scared that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. On the other side, the time traveler who was mistaken by the crowd as the monster hid in a safe place and changed into a red dress. She asked the system excitedly in her mind, did Lu Shi really get hit by the level 9 loyalty talisman? The system suppressed its excitement and replied, reporting to the host, Lu Shi was indeed hit by the level 9 loyalty talisman, and the talisman has already taken effect. Once again, the time traveler received a positive answer, and her heart was in turmoil. She had no choice but to be excited. She had fallen into Jiang Pingji's hands so many times, and this time, she had finally made a comeback. She was in such a good mood that she didn't even feel bad about the debt of $2 billion. Jiang Pingji had burned her body, and if the system wanted to repair this body, it would have to pay more popularity points. The system was a profiteer who demanded an exorbitant price of $2 billion, and the time traveler could only pinch her nose and accept it. If it was in the past, she would have exploded in anger. But now, she had never felt so happy in her life. Even the profiteer, the system, found her pleasing to the eye. Jiang Pingji was hit by the level 9 loyalty talisman, and she would become the most obedient puppet and lackey. She would no longer be a hindrance to them. I'll go find Lu Shi now. The time traveler secretly gritted her teeth, and her eyes were filled with malice. Not now, it'll take some time. The system stopped her, lest the time traveler girl court death again. The system explained, the level 9 loyalty talisman invades a person's brain on a spiritual level. The stronger the person's spirit is, the greater the resistance. Lu Shi's spirit is very strong, and he's not easy to control. We'll wait for a while, and when the level 9 loyalty talisman has the upper hand, then we'll make our move. If we appear now, it's hard to guarantee that Lu Shi won't play dirty, such as harming you while you're still conscious. After listening to the system's explanation, the time traveler finally suppressed her restless heart. She said, "All right, a little impatience spoils great plans. I'll bear with it." Chapter 773. Before Jiang Pingji left for the alliance meeting, she gave Wei Xi a secret mission. Now that the alliance meeting was nearing its end, the merchant teams that Wei Xi sent out had arrived at the north borderline one after another from different routes. The 3 tribes of the northern borderline were stunned by the sudden horse plague. Not only did their military strength suffer, but their economy also collapsed. The large stud farm was severely damaged, and the imperial court still gave them some subsidies and support. However, the small stud farm and the normal herdsmen were in deep trouble. A few caravans entered the border of the northern territory, and they were extremely surprised when they saw the desolate scene that was no longer as bustling and prosperous as before. How long has it been? How did Beijiang become like this? They were not the only ones who wanted to know the answer to this question. Countless herdsmen of the northern borderline who had lost their families also wanted to know the answer to this question: why had things become like this? Before the horse plague, the northern borderline was Dongqing's greatest threat. In the eyes of the north borderline, Dongqing was just a piece of fatty meat stained with blood. Sooner or later, they would tear it into pieces and swallow it into their stomachs. After the horse plague, everything changed. First, the warhorses suddenly died from the disease. Less than 10 to 20% of them survived. Then, the horse plague spread further and affected ordinary horses. The quality of ordinary horses was inferior to that of meticulously trained warhorses. After the horse plague ravaged the area, the death rate of the horses reached a terrifying rate of less than 1%. As you all know, ever since this king ascended to the throne, he united the 3 tribes of the northern borderline, causing the military strength of the northern borderline to skyrocket. The king of the imperial court was not satisfied with this. He was still very ambitious. All these years, he had been training warhorses on a large scale. Wasn't it to attack Dongqing? In order to breed a large number of warhorses in a short period of time, the imperial court even encouraged ordinary herdsmen to breed horses in large numbers. Ordinary herdsmen could buy foals from the stud farm and sell them to the farm after they grew up. Many herdsmen profited from it and attracted more and more herdsmen to raise. Many herdsmen saw that it was profitable and sold their cattle and sheep to raise horses. Many borrowed money to raise horses. When he said that, the old man from the merchant group clicked his tongue. His hoarse voice had a tinge of schadenfreude. Now, with the horse plague, all the horses that ordinary herdsmen have reared for a year or two have died. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood that for many northern borderline herdsmen, horses were money. A single horse plague had caused their efforts and money to go down the drain. After working hard for several years, not only did he not earn anything, he even lost his underwear. Apart from those who came from wealthy families, many ordinary herdsmen were so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat. Countless families had been ruined. At this moment, a merchant lamented, "How pitiful." Someone didn't agree and mocked coldly, "How are they pitiful?" It is obvious that the northern border imperial dynasty is too evil. If it weren't for their ambition, the herdsmen wouldn't have been persuaded to raise horses instead of cattle and sheep. Now that we have provoked the horse plague, it seems that God has opened his eyes. In the beginning, ordinary herdsmen mostly herded sheep and cattle, and there were not many horses. Because of the northern borderline's imperial court's repeated calls, the herdsmen reduced the number of sheep and cattle and switched to raising horses. Otherwise, these herdsmen would not have ended up in such a state. It was clearly the northern borderline imperial court's fault, but in the end, the common people had to pay the price. Shut up. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and hurriedly warned, "This is the northern borderland. If the barbarians hear this, do you want to die?" After traveling for a while, the caravan received very few sheepskins, rabbit skins, mutton jerky, and rabbit jerky. The herdsmen don't raise sheep anymore. How much dried goods can we get? Looking at the dried goods they received, many people frowned. After so many days, they had only received so little. How were they going to report in the future? Didn't we say to buy as much as we can? Anyway, we don't have to worry about sales, we just need to buy. We can make a profit no matter how much we buy. Even so, after several caravans walked around the three tribes of the northern borderline, they had received less than 20,000 sheepskins and rabbit skins. If it was in the past, they would have received 30,000 to 40,000 sheepskins and rabbit skins, and even more mutton jerky and rabbit jerky. The size of these caravans varied, and they seemed to be ordinary caravans, so they did not attract the attention of the officials. Apart from sheepskins and rabbit skins, they also bought many special products unique to the northern borderline, and privately agreed with the ordinary herdsmen that they would come back in 2 to 3 months. Even so, the caravan was not optimistic about the prospects of the next purchase. For these goods, I don't know how many people have gone. The next time we come, we probably won't even get mosquito meat. They bought all the goods they could, and almost cleaned out the ordinary herdsman stores. If they came back in 2 to 3 months to buy again, even if they were willing to pay a high price, the herdsman would not be able to produce the goods. A merchant interrupted, "After a while, the pasture in the northern borderline will be lush, and the herdsmen can raise more rabbits and sheep. Anyway, the horses they raised are all dead, and the pasture is just sitting there. It's better to raise some small animals that can support their families." If they didn't find a way to support their families, these unlucky herdsmen would be so hungry that they would have to eat grass. The merchant continued, "In my opinion, rabbits are not bad. They give birth quickly and give birth quickly. Sheep and rabbits had different growth cycles. They couldn't raise a lot of sheep in 2 to 3 months, but they could raise rabbits. If they wanted to have enough to eat in a short period of time, raising rabbits was a good choice. The pastures in the northern borderline were so big, and there was grass everywhere. It was convenient to raise rabbits without having to worry about feeding them. At this time, someone raised a different opinion. "If we really do as you say and they only raise rabbits, then we can only buy them. I don't know how much money we'll lose on this trip. The head of the caravan clicked his tongue and said indifferently, people in Wanzhou are rich, and they like these things. We'll do business along the way, and we'll earn twice as much on this trip. We won't lose out. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Buying rabbit skin and rabbit meat won't earn us much, but it'll add up to a considerable amount. But someone hesitated. No matter how rich Wanzhou is, they can't keep doing unprofitable business. The voices of the caravan gradually faded away. Not only did these traveling merchants not know Wanzhou's purpose, but even the people of Wanzhou didn't know what they were up to. What did the Lord ask you to do? It's going to be spring plowing now. If you keep buying sheepskin and rabbit skin, I'm afraid it'll rot in your hands. Feng Jin looked at him coldly for a while, but still couldn't guess Wei Si's real intentions. Naturally, Wei Si couldn't reveal the specific details. The fewer people who knew the plan, the better. If Feng Jin and the others guessed it themselves, then it would be a different story. Chapter 774. Feng Jin wasn't someone who could be easily dismissed. He said, preparing for a rainy day a year in advance, isn't your reason too perfunctory? Wei Si laughed involuntarily and said lightly, I also want to find a reason that isn't perfunctory, but I still haven't found one. Feng Jin was so angry that he almost fell down. This person actually shamelessly admitted it. Wei Si's mouth was like a gourd with its mouth sawed off. It was so tight that he couldn't get any useful information out of him. Feng Jin steeled his heart and thought to himself, if Wei Si doesn't want to say it, then I won't say it. I'll guess it myself. However, Feng Jin was born into an aristocratic family. He usually went out in a carriage with a servant accompanying him. His knowledge was broad enough, but his field experience was slightly lacking. He thought for a long time but still couldn't guess the real intention. In the end, he could only quietly ask Qiguan Rang. Qiguan Rang was born in the border of Dongqing. His father was a barbarian from the northern borderline, so he knew far more about the northern borderline than Feng Jin. Feng Jin found a suitable time to stop Qiguan Rang and casually mentioned it while chatting. Qiguan Rang listened and pondered for a while. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly grabbed Feng Jin's arm. You said that the Lord asked Zixiao to arrange for a caravan to go to the northern borderline to buy sheepskin and rabbit skin. When he asked this, Qiguan Rang's face turned a little more livid. Feng Jin was shocked by Qiguan Rang's action, but he quickly calmed down and asked, Wenjing, do you know the Lord's intention? Qiguan Rang laughed bitterly. His aura dissipated, and a little helplessness appeared on his face. He said bitterly, I have a rough guess, but I don't know if it's accurate. Seeing Qiguan Rang's reaction, Feng Jin knew that this matter wasn't simple. He looked left and right. Even though there was no one around, he still cautiously invited Qiguan Rang to his house to discuss in detail. If this matter was related to the entire Wanzhou strategy against the northern borderline, he couldn't just casually talk about it. Wenjing, don't be in a hurry to say it. Why don't we sit down at my house and discuss this in detail? Qiguan Rang wasn't surprised by Feng Jin's actions. This person had always been cautious and self-restrained. Even if there were only the two of them around, Feng Jin wouldn't be careless. When they arrived at Feng Jin's residence, the two went to the study and dismissed the servants. After confirming that it was safe, Feng Jin asked solemnly, what exactly did Wenjing guess? Qiguan Rang never left his fan. Every time he encountered something important or when he was nervous, he would habitually fan himself. Now that the weather was still chilly, his fanning made it even colder. He did not answer Feng Jin's question directly. Instead, he talked about an old matter. Qiguan Rang said, Rang was born in the borderlands. The people nearby often make a living by herding sheep and cows. There was a family that raised nearly 100 sheep. They were considered a big family in the village. This family liked to let their sheep graze at the foot of the mountain. Huayu, guess what happened next? Feng Jin imagined the scene in his mind. If there were hundreds of sheep grazing in a small area, there wouldn't be enough food, right? No more grass to eat. Qiguan Rang fanned himself even harder. He blew away all the heat in the vicinity. Feng Jin leaned closer to the charcoal brazier. It's not just grass to eat, those goats are so hungry that they've dug out the grass roots. After saying this, Qiguan Rang's face was a little red. It was obvious that he was angry. Then, he said, there's an ancient book that says, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. From this, it can be seen that rabbits not only eat grass, but they're also used to living in burrows. They hide in their burrows during the day and look for food at night. They dig holes to prevent the enemy from harming them. After hearing this, Feng Jin vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, he did not understand why Qiguan Rang's reaction was so intense. If he thought about it in the direction of northern borderline and combined it with Qiguan Rang's words, a flash of inspiration flashed through Feng Jin's mind. Could it be that the Lord and Zixiao want to touch the grasslands of northern borderline? Feng Jin was shocked for a long time. He almost could not close his mouth. The barbarians of northern borderline had been a hidden danger for a long time. Since the chaos of the 16 kingdoms, the barbarians had been eyeing the central plains covetously. Their land was not suitable for farming. They often gathered together with horse caravans to raid the borders. They burned, killed, and looted. How did the ancestors of northern borderline, the Qiangu tribe, become so powerful? To put it nicely, the Qiangu tribe was brave and ferocious. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of beasts in human skin. Not only did they burn, kill, and loot, they also kidnapped countless Central Plains women and kept them captive. Not only did they use them as food, but they also used them as mobile reproduction machines. They used these innocent girls as carriers to force them to give birth to children and expand their population. In the middle of the chaos of the 16 kingdoms, the Qiangu tribe only had a population of 200,000. By the end of the chaos, their population had expanded to more than 3 million. From 200,000 to 3 million. Looking at these shocking historical documents, he could only imagine the faces of countless women in pain. However, although the barbarians of northern borderline were hateful, they knew how to ride horses since they were young. They were very good at fighting on horseback. If they could not win, they would run. After the Xia kingdom was founded, they went on several expeditions to northern borderline in an attempt to stop them from raiding every season. However, the results were minimal. Until now, they still had no effective way to deal with northern borderline. They could not defeat them in battle, and stopping them was ineffective. After all, they could not send a large number of troops to be stationed in this place. Countless sages had worried about northern borderline. No one had thought of directly attacking the pasture in northern borderline. Feng Jin's heart was beating wildly, and his face showed obvious joy. When Qiguan Rang saw this, he fanned Feng Jin several times to wake him up. "You're celebrating too early," Qiguan Rang said resolutely, interrupting Feng Jin's joy. Feng Jin was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Qiguan Rang sighed. If this method was really that good, why would he be complaining here? Just like Feng Jin, he was so happy that he did not know what to do. "You don't understand. If the Lord really used this method to attack northern borderline, she might really be able to destroy the entire northern borderline. However, it would only be a lose-lose situation." Qiguan Rang paused at this point. He did not know how to continue. After all, Feng Jin was a pure Central Plainsman. Feng Jin frowned. You mean a lose-lose situation? Qiguan Rang let out a long sigh. That's right. Even if we can really rely on this method to destroy northern borderline, the Lord will not be able to gain any benefits. Although northern borderline is hateful, the people who do evil are in the minority. If the entire grassland is destroyed, what will happen to the innocent people? Limited by the background of the entire era, Qiguan Rang did not know the concept of grassland degradation and desertification. He only vaguely guessed it. Even if it was just a guess, he could foresee the disaster that would be brought to northern borderline after this plan was implemented. Feng Jin was a pure Central Plainsman. Those who were not of the same race would definitely have different intentions. However, Qiguan Rang was of mixed blood between northern borderline and the Central Plains. Chapter 775. After a while, Qiguan Rang said calmly, "If it's for the sake of the Lord's great plan, you have no choice but to do so." Rang has nothing to say. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to one's own side. To be merciful to the barbarians of the northern borderline, it was possible that one's family would be destroyed. Forget about other stories, just based on the example of the Qiangu tribe, the ancestors of the three tribes in the northern borderline, who relied on abducting women from the Central Plains to expand their population from 200,000 to more than 3 million in just 20 to 30 years, it was enough for the Central Plains people to view the northern borderline as a great enemy. Feng Jin was silent for a moment. He completely understood Jiang Pengji and Wei Si's plan. Will the northern borderline find out about this? Feng Jin's heart was ruthless. As long as the enemy was not dead, he could not let his guard down. I can't be sure, but the northern frontier is vast. These little bastards won't have much of an impact for the time being. Qiguan Rang thought about it and said uncertainly, it would take at least 50 to 60 years to destroy all the pasture in the north borderline, right? The three tribes of the northern borderline aren't stupid. As long as they haven't conquered the Central Plains, they can only be confined to this piece of land. It's impossible for them to sit back and watch. Feng Jin breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, 50 to 60 years. Did Wenjing think that his lord would tolerate the northern borderline for so many years? In Jin's opinion, in at most 3 to 5 years, the lord would be sharpening his knife to attack the northern borderline. The war would be unavoidable. Rabbit Goat was definitely not a fatal blow. It was better to think about it from another perspective. The lord probably didn't want to use this method to destroy the northern borderline. Since that's the case, why go through so much trouble? Qiguan had been too anxious just now and had actually fallen into a dead end for a moment. His thinking had gone astray. That's right. Our Lord isn't using rabbits and sheep to destroy the northern borderline, so he must have other plans. Could it be that he's trying to restrain us? Feng Jin nodded in agreement. That's what I mean too. It's probably to divert the northern borderline's attention so that they won't be able to focus on increasing their combat power. The northern border had just been hit by the horse plague. Countless warhorses had died, and their combat power had been reduced by more than half. They would not be able to recover for a while. But what if they were to settle down and think of ways to continue breeding warhorses after spring? In at most 10 years, the northern borderline would be strong again. At that time, it was hard to say whether the 5 countries of the Central Plains would still exist. It's hard to guarantee that the northern borderline won't take this opportunity to invade. As Qiguan Rang listened to Feng Jin's words, he recalled the chaotic history of the 16 kingdoms. If the 5 countries of the Central Plains also fell into chaos, wouldn't the situation be the same as the 16 countries that had been at war for hundreds of years? It was not impossible for the border barbarians to take advantage of the situation. At that time, the Central Plains would be weak while the barbarians would be strong. It would not be impossible for them to lose their clothes. Chiguan broke out in a cold sweat, but his expression did not change. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He concluded, in that case, my lord only wants to use this strategy to delay the rise of the northern borderline. Feng Jin nodded. That should be it. The next afternoon, Feng Jin secretly hinted to Wei Ci about this matter. The latter only laughed and cried in secret. In the end, you still managed to guess it. That's about it. Feng Jin pretended to be angry and said, although this plan is vicious, it's not like Beijiang has no reaction at all. If we're discovered, Wei Ci said, we won't be discovered. We've already purchased countless sheepskins and other items from the north borderline. They won't be suspicious for a while. What's more, I only asked the caravan to purchase from the ordinary herdsmen and not from the rich families. It's even more impossible for the imperial court to find out. By the time they find out, the flock of sheep and the scattered rabbits on the grassland will have begun to take shape. At that time, we'll send an undercover agent to the king of the northern borderline. Tell me, will they continue to allow these little bastards to run rampant, or will they send people to destroy the rabbits and sheep? Feng Jin was stunned on the spot. He had a deeper understanding of Wei Ci and his lord's evil intentions. Wei Ci sneered again and said, it's true that the 3 tribes of the northern borderline are arrogant and like to act on impulse. However, they still have a calmer wise man. The current wise man is the rare wise general of the northern borderline, Wu Liba. Wu Liba is a cautious person. He doesn't see the hope of the northern borderline crushing the Central Plains, so he won't easily abandon the northern borderline. At least he has a way out. Therefore, in Xi's opinion, this person will definitely strongly support the king of the royal court to spare manpower and energy to destroy the rabbits and sheep. In this way, the northern borderline's energy will be tied up. Jiang Pingji came from the future. She feared nature more than anyone else. She also knew how excessive the plan was to destroy the ecology. Even if nothing happened now, after 100 years, the descendants would come back to their senses and curse their ancestors. Since she dared to propose such a plan, she had naturally thought of a few backup plans. It was true that the rabbits and sheep would bring harm to the ecology of the northern borderline, but as long as it did not exceed the limits of the ecology's ability to regulate itself, there was no need to worry. After conquering the northern borderline, she would continue to send people to clean up the rabbits and sheep in the northern borderline. Then, she would encourage the people to plant grass and trees in large quantities. It would only be 3 to 5 years. The situation was still within her control. What she needed was time, not a barren desert that was riddled with scars and could not be saved. After receiving Wei Ci's reply, Feng Jin also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he privately revealed it to Chiguan to make him feel at ease. The northern borderline was completely unaware. Since the outbreak of the horse plague, the northern borderline's business had suffered a devastating blow. They had opened up the business of foreign merchant caravans. It was just that there were more merchant caravans buying rabbit and sheep skins. This matter would not reach the ears of the king of the royal court. Wei Ci was a person who did things meticulously. His arrangements for the merchant caravans were even more thorough. Feng Jin and Chiguan watched for a while and they both shuddered. Even though they knew that this method would not kill the northern borderline, it could still carve a piece of flesh out of them. The two of them thought at the same time, we can't casually provoke this fellow in the future. It was one thing to be plotted against, but they were afraid that they would not even know how they were plotted against. With everyone's help, Wanzhou slowly became orderly. The depressed economy also began to slowly recover. It was just that the group of officials suffered. More than once, Feng Jin envied Wei Xi's ability to write with two hands and multitask. But it was just envy. Sigh. Chongqing, why are you heavier than before? Feng Jin weighed his daughter and was filled with emotion. He had not touched the pillow to sleep for a few days. Wei Jingxian looked at the dark circles under his eyes with heartache. He could not hide the heavy eye bags no matter what. How many days have you not been home? Wei Jingxian glared at him. If it were not for Chongqing's good memory, she would have long forgotten about this father who had not appeared for a long time. She continued, I went to see Madame Wei yesterday. She has not seen Sir Qiguan for a long time. The Madame Wei that Wei Jingxian was talking about was none other than Qiguan Rang's wife, Wei Yuan's eldest daughter. Looking at Jiang Pingji's team, only these two couples had wives and daughters and were not separated from each other. I'm busy, Feng Jin said with some grievance. Lanting through the big mess of Wanzhou here and did not care about it. At the thought that his lord was still carefree and happy at this moment, Feng Jin felt his molars itch even more. To be honest, he had really wronged Jiang Pingji. She was not carefree and happy at this moment. After being appointed as Wanzhou's magistrate, the alliance troops withdrew one after another. Jiang Pingji and the others were also preparing to retreat. After marching for only 2 days, she received a message. Chapter 776. There were 23 forces in the alliance. Some had more soldiers, some were fewer, and some were stronger than others. However, since they had a place in the alliance and had the right to speak, the troops they brought with them were naturally not weak. The force that was ambushed by Prince Changshou's army was the county chief of Wulong County in Haozhou. Jiang Pingji sneered. So this old man is waiting here. Does he want to capture all of the alliance forces in one fell swoop? It was one thing to proclaim himself emperor 7 days before the former emperor, but now he refused to retreat and was waiting at the border of Qinzhou to ambush the scattered alliance forces. The county chief of Wulong County was an impatient person. He wanted to return to Haozhou immediately after taking credit for the rescue mission, but he didn't expect to lose his life. Jiang Pingji's scouts were the first to discover the remnants of Wulong County in Haozhou. They heard about it from the survivors. The situation was serious, so Jiang Pingji didn't continue on her way. Instead, she chose to rest and reorganize while gathering people to deal with the situation. Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard what the remnants of Wulong County told them. Prince Changshou had been emperor for more than half a month, but he had been quiet and didn't do anything. The alliance forces camped outside the imperial city of Qinzhou for a while. At first, they said they were there to protect the imperial court. To put it bluntly, there were 23 forces in the alliance, ranging from the governor to the county magistrate. They had gathered more than 400,000 soldiers. The 400,000 soldiers camped outside the imperial city of Qinzhou. Their camps were connected, and their flags fluttered in the wind. It was a majestic sight. However, the royal family didn't feel safe when they saw this. The 400,000 soldiers didn't listen to their commands. After Prince Changshou became emperor, he didn't target the imperial city of Qinzhou, nor did he intend to attack it. Therefore, some people couldn't help but think that maybe Prince Changshou was satisfied with being emperor and planned to retreat to his fief in Zhangzhou. As a result, the alliance forces protecting the imperial city of Qinzhou and resisting Prince Changshou seemed unnecessary. The Empress Dowager wasn't a strong woman with foresight. She was just an ordinary woman. It was already good enough that she was familiar with makeup, clothing, and jewelry. How could she have any knowledge of politics? Her biggest skill was having a messy private life. She had cheated on her late husband countless times. The relatives of her mother's family had secretly slandered her several times, urging her to find trouble with the allied forces and secretly squeeze them. The Empress Dowager still wanted to secretly take back the military power that was scattered in the hands of the allied vassals. From the Empress Dowager's point of view, how could she sleep soundly when there were 400,000 troops of unknown loyalty stationed outside the imperial city where she and the young emperor lived? As a result, she had spoken several times in court meetings, vaguely mentioning the matter of withdrawing troops and handing over military power. The allied army of the feudal vassals all pretended to be ignorant. The royal family of Dongqing was nothing. What right did they have to take back the military power in their hands? Who gave them so much face? Thus, the allied forces all chose the former option. If they wanted to retreat, then so be it. Who would want to stay in the imperial city of Qinzhou? Recently, many of the alliance's vassals had packed their bags and spoils of war, preparing to return home. Haozhou wasn't far from Qinzhou, and the Wulong County governor was an impatient person. He was secretly annoyed by the Empress Dowager, so he left without a second thought. Who would have thought that the Wulong County's governor, who had withdrawn his troops several days earlier, would die just like that? Jiang Pingji scanned the crowd and clenched the bamboo slip in her hand. We have more than 10,000 elite soldiers and strong generals. Even if we were ambushed by Prince Changshu in advance and caught unprepared, we shouldn't have lost so miserably. After a night of fierce fighting, there are only a few dozen soldiers left. Although there were dozens of defeated soldiers who managed to escape alive, they were all wounded, and a few of them even suffered extremely serious injuries. If it weren't for the fact that they were still holding on to their last breath, these people might have already died. Even so, more than half of them had been left with physical disabilities that could never be cured. As for the Wulong County governor, he had died a heroic death in the ambush. Not even his bones were left. Before he died, he entrusted his only remaining bloodline, the 11-year-old Kai Xiang, to his trusted aide and asked him to protect Kai Xiang as she broke out of the encirclement. Jiang Pingji had the logisticians take care of the wounded. Only when those with lighter injuries woke up would she be able to ask for more first-hand information. When everyone heard this, their hearts sank. Li Yun pondered for a while, then said, "It seems that Prince Changshu intends to take advantage of the disintegration of the Alliance army to defeat them one by one. For now, should my lord send people to chase after the other allied forces? At the very least, they can't be left alone and give the enemy an opportunity." The first force to leave Wulong County had already been destroyed. The 11-year-old Kai Xiang had escaped. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a massacre. Thinking about the grudge between their lord and Prince Changshu's forces, this ambush would fall on them sooner or later. Although Jiang Pingji and Lu Shi's forces added up to only 30,000 troops, so it should be safer, but life was unpredictable. Who knew how many troops Prince Changshu would send to ambush them? Even the newly joined technicians, Qi Kuang and Xiao Guang, were not optimistic about this idea, not to mention Yang Si and Feng Zhen. The allied forces come from all over the world, and they all have different paths. The most eye-catching among the forces in the north of Dongqing are my lord and the old master. If we were to count them, there is also the Haozhou Maota County governor, Huang Song. But who knows where Huang Song is now? The allied forces did not evacuate at the same time. They were separated by a day or two. In ancient times, communication was not very developed. It was not easy to contact the allied forces. Li Yun's expression darkened. That's true, it was better to rely on oneself than on others. Who knew what the other allied forces were planning? When Li Yun mentioned the other allied forces, Jiang Pingji suddenly thought of Yang Jian. Yang Jian was the county chief of Jiangzhou's Dongmen County, and Jiangzhou was Prince Changshu's original fief. Yang Jian's achievements today were all thanks to Prince Changshu's promotion. Logically speaking, Yang Jian should naturally be in Prince Changshu's camp, but he joined the allied forces. According to Prince Changsho's narrow-minded personality, how could he let Yang Jian and the others go? However, she thought of Yan Lin, who was by Yang Jian's side. That young man had always been vigilant, so he might not be at a disadvantage. As they were talking, a messenger reported that someone from Wulong County had woken up, and he was a trusted aide. "Thank you, Commander, for saving my life." The person's body was wrapped in white cloth that oozed blood. Although there were many wounds on his body, none of them were fatal, so he had woken up earlier. 2 medical female soldiers carried him in on a stretcher. The person propped himself up and bowed to Jiang Pingji. No need for formalities. Jiang Pingji skipped the step of asking about his well-being and asked directly, what did the Wulong County chief encounter to end up in such a state? When and where did that traitor ambush you? How many troops did he have? Chapter 777. If it's only 10,000 soldiers, there's no need to worry. Fengzhen frowned, showing no signs of relaxing. But for a night ambush, we must choose strong soldiers with good eyesight. Otherwise, what's the difference between sending a bunch of blind people to battle? Moreover, it's the latter half of the night, which requires even more eyesight. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be any reinforcements. Although Jiang Pingji often brought thousands of soldiers to conduct night attacks were rare, and the chances of success were low. Of course, if they succeeded, the results would be bountiful. In ancient times, people lived in poverty and were malnourished. Sometimes, they couldn't even afford to use salt, which led to all kinds of diseases, let alone a balanced diet. Under such circumstances, many people were infected with night blindness, and they were like blind people when they walked at night. Under such circumstances, very few generals would choose to conduct night attacks. But in the history books, there were still examples of night attacks. Every battle was fought beautifully, and their names were recorded in the annals of history. But if you looked closely, you would notice that the scale of night attacks was relatively small, with only a few hundred to a few thousand people. As for Prince Changsho's troops, Yang Si lowered his eyes, a hint of mockery in his voice. Sending 10,000 soldiers to conduct a night attack is impressive. Let's make a wild guess. First, some of the Wulong County chief's subordinates might be working with the enemy from the inside. Otherwise, why didn't the night patrolling guards notice the tens of thousands of soldiers? Second, the total number of enemy soldiers is far more than 10,000. Normally, it's less than 10% of the soldiers suitable for night attacks. Why would Prince Changsho place more than 100,000 soldiers at Jiamen Pass and wait for us? That's impossible. But if the entire army is made up of elite soldiers, then maybe 2 out of 5 fit the bill. The worst-case scenario is that the enemy is made up of elite soldiers. Fengzhen was speechless. Jing Rong, are you saying that there are between 20,000 and 25,000 enemies hiding near Jiamen Pass? It's just a rumor. It doesn't count. Yang Si smiled and said to Jiang Pingji, whether you believe it or not depends on your judgment, my lord. If the Wulong County chief's troops could provide more detailed data, Yang Si would at least be more confident. The problem was that the other party had been beaten senseless, and it was impossible to get a more accurate number in the chaos of war. Yang Si's speculation and the reality of the situation would be more and more different. In short, the next target of the enemy's ambush was very likely to be them, so they had to be on guard. If they thought that the enemy only had 10,000 men while their own had 30,000 men and horses, they would be careless, perhaps they would capsize in an easy task. Jiang Pingji did not say a word. She just clasped her fingers together out of habit and fell into deep thought. After a while, she continued asking the remaining troops of the Wulong County governor. Can you recall the details of that night? Where did the enemy attack from? Has the commander appeared? The middle-aged man tried his best to search for the relevant memories. His mind was filled with the carnage of that night. His face revealed a pained expression. Although the soldiers were used to seeing life and death, no one could accept their former comrades falling at their feet. They used their bodies and lives to cover for them, opening up a path for survival. The man thought for a while and barely remembered the details of that night. That night, there was indeed an extremely valiant general. Almost no one could stop him. It was this person, who cut off the head of the county governor. The man's lips trembled. He suppressed his emotions and said, "If I remember correctly, those bandits attacked from the right camp." After saying this, he recalled some more details. After this gentleman's reminder, now that I think about it, perhaps there really was a spy. His face became even paler, as if a thick layer of powder had been applied to it. The sudden appearance of the enemy is one thing, but there was also something wrong with our soldiers that night. Although it was the second half of the night, all of them seemed very tired. Usually, we would not be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle, but that night, we were utterly defeated. No matter how they ambushed them, the enemy could not have killed all 10,000 soldiers in an instant. From the beginning of the battle on the outskirts to the end of the Central Army, only 15 minutes had passed. The reaction speed of the soldiers had been exceptionally slow. Now that he thought about it, there had to be something fishy going on. Perhaps there really was a spy who added something extra to the soldiers' meals. Thinking about this, he suddenly raised his hand and took out a roll of something wrapped in dried lotus leaves from his armor. It looked soft and fluffy. This was the dinner of that night. I wanted to save it for the next morning, but can the military doctor take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it? Marching to war was different from other things. One meal was usually enough to last 2 or 3 days. The soldiers always ate cold leftovers. It was good enough to have dry rations. Since the night of the attack, he had been hungry for 2 days. He had not eaten the food either. He had left it all for the young lord, Kai Xiang. Now that he thought about it, Kai Xiang had been sleeping most of the way. Even when he was awake, he was still somewhat listless. At that time, he thought that Kai Xiang had lost his father and was grieving. Now that he thought about it, he shuddered. Jiang Pingji's expression was solemn. She waved her hand and asked the military doctor to come over and take a look. The military doctor's medical skills were not outstanding, but he could still handle ordinary external injuries. He had a rich knowledge of pharmacology. Even though the weather was still cold, the food had been left for 2 or 3 days. It was slightly rancid, but the military doctor could not smell it. He had no choice but to pinch some of it and put it in his mouth. He carefully identified the abnormality other than the rancid smell. After a while, his expression was solemn. Reporting to my lord, it was mixed with sleeping grass that calms the nerves and induces sleep. In addition, there are traces of golden eggplant. Golden eggplant? Jiang Pingji frowned. She glanced at the screen of the streaming room and wondered what it was. Wahao aigg, I checked on Baidu. Golden eggplant is the common name of datura. In modern society, this thing can also be used for medical purposes. Golden eggplant made from datura is used for surgical anesthesia. Incidentally, some people speculated that the knockout drugs in wuxia novels were also made from datura. If this thing was mixed with food, it could really induce sleep. It seemed that there was a spy. As for sleeping grass, the audience in the streaming room could not find it. In fact, it was impossible for them to find it. Sleeping grass was a special kind of horse grass unique to this world. It could induce sleep and calm one's mind. Horse grooms would always carry some with them. This thing was used to calm down horses that were full of energy and restless emotions during the spring season. It was used to calm down horses that were full of energy and agitated. However, sleeping grass took effect quickly and lasted for a long time, but the medicinal effect was not strong. Instead, it was relatively mild and difficult to detect. In that case, there was a spy who drugged the food of the defenders. The enemy took advantage of the effect of the drug and the soldiers were tired. That was how the night attack was successful. When the burly man heard this, he immediately burst into tears. He mourned that his comrades had died unjustly. Jiang Pingji did not feel anything. War was never a matter of conforming to the rules. Generals were not brainless warriors. On the battlefield, each of them was more sinister and treacherous than the other. In Jiang Pingji's opinion, it was not a big deal to drug the enemy's food. If it was not for the fact that the strong poison took effect too quickly and was easily discovered, perhaps the enemy would have asked the spy to kill them directly. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.